Good morning to all. Thank you to be here. We start our workshop with institutional greetings by Professor Cerreti, President of Italian Geographical Society, and thank you to host this workshop.
Buongiorno, grazie di essere qui. Io parlo in italiano per rapidità e per rispetto delle altre lingue. Sono molto contento di vedervi qui e sono molto contento che stiate affrontando un tema che a me sembra estremamente interessante e che finora ha avuto ben poca attenzione da parte degli studiosi. La cartografia murale, come noi la chiamiamo, è qualcosa che ha segnato in maniera molto netta almeno un secolo di storia della cultura e di storia dell'educazione, e però è quasi un oggetto misterioso. Mi auguro e vi auguro di chiarire e illuminare questo oggetto quanto possibile e di restituirci dei risultati utili anche per un ragionamento più ampio, più esteso sulla storia della cultura. Grazie, buon lavoro, scusate.
Grazie, thank you, President. Thank you to host the workshop. The workshop is co-organized by Italian Geographical Society, by the World Maps, Historical World Maps Research Group. Something about it will be said by Jitka and Dominic, and is co-organized by the Geocartographic Laboratory from University of Roma Tre. The director, Professor Annalisa D'Ascenso, who couldn't be here. I said something about the workshop, the theme, the topic. Just a few words, preliminary and fundamental activity in order to answer the question of whether it is possible to identify the types of world cartography is to clearly define the object of study. This means that, first and foremost, it is necessary to define what is meant by world map. To arrive to a definition, one must consider the complex nature of this object. We need to ask whether world maps are exclusively those drawn directly on walls, or if they also include hung cartographic products, such as large geographical maps for education or public use. This leads us to reflect on various aspects: material aspect, function and use, context. This distinction between the different typologies therefore cannot be made without addressing these questions. Only by clearly defining that falls into the category of world map can we then analyze and classify the various forms it takes. The heterogeneous nature of both the producers and the conservators of world maps is the first major obstacle for research. There is no single entity, public or private, that has the exclusive responsibility of preserving these materials. Conservators are very different from each other, and this makes the search for primary source difficult. Public and private institutions could be schools, archives and libraries, museums, private collectors. Another question is, are world maps accessible to scholars? It is a complex question, and the answer is not a simple yes or not. Why? Because of limited accessibility, the difficulty in finding sources, and the state of preservation. In summary, research on this topic is not a linear path. It requires an investigative approach that goes beyond traditional research channels, bringing into dialogue archives, school institutions, private collectors, and in some cases, individuals who have preserved them for years. These are some topics during the workshop we are touching and discussing on it. Some few logistical information. In the middle of the first day, we have a light lunch upstairs, and in the middle of the afternoon, a coffee break. Then, after the end of the first day, you can join us in a dinner close to the Geographical Society. dinner that will be paid by ourselves, by every participant pay by ourselves. And if you want to join to the dinner, please contact Denise, that is the girl that now is outside. Okay. And so on. Tomorrow, at the middle of the morning, we have a coffee break, then a light lunch, and then at 2:30 p.m. we go out from here and working 10 minutes to go to Forma Urbis Museum. That is quite interesting. And then where we will have a guided visited tour in English with a professional guide. And then we walk a few minutes for Imperiali Street, close to Colosseum, to see the wall maps, of fascism wall maps about the Roman Empire. And then we discuss about something and close our meeting. So thank you to all to be here, and thank you, the president. And please, Jitka and Dominic, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Arturo. I hope you will enjoy the program we prepared for you. And again, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, let me warmly welcome you to Rome and to our international workshop, Hang Them Up, New Perspective on Historical Wall Map Studies. We are truly delighted to have you here, whether in person or joining us online. Together with Dominic, we have been given the pleasant task of introducing you to the story behind the creation of the Historical Wall Maps Research Group, as well as the main aims that brought this group into being. So, how did it all begin? Well, as is often the case in the academic life, it all started at a conference. More precisely, at the International Conference on the History of Cartography in Lyon in 2024. And we are especially pleased that the main organizer of that event, Annalie de Biaggi, is here with us today as well. This is perhaps the best proof that going to the conference truly matters, and that sometimes the most important moments happen not in lecture halls, but over a quick espresso during a coffee break. That's where the first informal meeting of what would become the Historical Wall Maps Research Group took place, just after a great presentation by Arturo and Mirko on school wall maps in Italy. Inspired by the discussion and our shared enthusiasm for modern wall maps, we realized we wanted to create a space for scholars who approach these fascinating objects from different perspectives: historical, educational, political, cultural, material, praxeological, just to mention a few, but also with a concern for their preservation, digitization, and accessibility.
And just to put this further into perspective, that talk by Arturo and Mirko was one of the very few on the entire 5-day conference that actually focused on wall maps. And this really sparked our interest and more or less the key question for us: why are wall maps such a neglected genre in the history of cartography? Is it their sheer size which makes them difficult to handle and study? Is it because many of us grew up with them in schools, yet never saw them as a serious medium, just some educational tools? Or is it because they are now seen as outdated and just disappearing? Today, wall maps are thrown away, locked away in basements, or forgotten in storages and cellars. Their unwieldy format and the space they require often discourage institutions from preserving them. Even when they are kept, cataloging in many cases remains a challenge, as many don't include basic information like publication dates or authors and so on, and this is especially the case in the 20th century. So usually they end up in some corners gathering dust instead of being used, studied, or researched. And that's really something we would like to change. And thanks to the initiative of our Italian colleagues who brought us together, we began exploring the idea of creating a dedicated research group.
And here we are. And during our first online meeting, almost exactly a year ago, the Historical Wall Maps Research Group was officially born. There were 5 founding fathers and 1 founding mother, Arturo Gallia and Mirko Castaldi from the University of Roma Tre, Camillo Berti from University of Florence, Massimiliano Grava from University of Pisa, Dominic Kaisner from the University of Erfurt, Center for Transcultural Studies and Pertes Collection Gotha, and myself, Jitka Močičková from the Institute of History of the Czech Academy of Sciences in Prague. So what followed were many more online meetings, during which the idea of organizing an international workshop gradually took shape. The call for paper was circulated, and we were like curious, abstracts rated to coming in, and we were pleasantly surprised by the level of interest, as well as by the quality and diversity of all proposals from all over the world. And now you are here.
So let us say once again, welcome. We hope this workshop will be more than just a series of papers. We see it as a space for open exchange, new ideas, inspiring conversations, and perhaps even the beginning of further collaborations. As already outlined before, our main goal is to bring together scholars with an interest in wall maps. This gathering should be understood as a starting point, a platform for connecting with other fellow researchers and wall map enthusiasts. Since our working group is still in its early stages, we are very open to ideas on how to move on and in what direction we should pursue this whole thing. We hope this workshop will not only inspire follow-up meetings and gatherings focused on specific aspects of wall maps, but also foster ongoing scholarly exchange around this often overlooked medium. Above all, we would like to create synergies for comparative studies, collaborative publications, data sharing initiatives, and exchange of practical experience when it comes to conservation and digitization. Because as we all know, digitizing wall maps is anything but easy, and yet it is essential if we want to make them accessible and usable for comparative research. Who knows, maybe this meeting will plant a seed for a longer or larger collaborative project.
In this sense, what we really hope to build is a sustainable platform to strengthen research on modern wall maps. This is not something that can be done by a single person. We need diverse perspectives, shared expertise, and different disciplinary approaches to better understand wall maps, their cultural significance, and the many ways in which we might study them. Let us also briefly highlight the importance of materiality. While we tend to associate wall maps with large, multi-sheet prints mounted on canvas with wooden rods, we need to expand this notion and include other formats, other materials, and technological solutions, as we will see in the coming days.
And as we already highlighted, ensuring the preservation, digitization, and accessibility of wall maps is a key priority. These are not just technical tasks. They are necessary prerequisites for enabling new comparative research and an urgent imperative for preserving a culturally significant resource that has shaped worldviews, geographical imagination, and knowledge across generations. So if you happen to have any wall maps hiding somewhere in the corner of your institution, now it's the time to dust them off. And while you're at it, why not consider joining a research group? But for now, let's hang them up and begin.
We are absolutely delighted that Martin Brickner agreed to join us as our keynote speaker. It's a real honor to welcome a scholar whose work has significantly shaped the field of history of cartography and material culture, and whose research has been an inspiration for many of us. Martin Brickner is a professor of American literature and director of the Winterthur program in American material culture at the University of Delaware. His research focuses on early American culture before 1900, with particular attention to the role of spatial imagination and cartography in shaping national identity. He is the author of 2 award-winning monographs, The Geographic Revolution in Early America, Maps, Literacy, and National Identity from 2006, and The Social Life of Maps in America 1750 to 1860 from 2017, which is especially relevant to our workshop. In addition to this, he is also a co-editor of the book series Material Culture Perspectives and has edited several influential volumes, including early American cartographies and model work, Material Culture and Modeling in the Humanities. His numerous essays have appeared in journals such as American Art, American Quarterly, and Imago Mundi. Martin Brickner has also curated exhibitions, most notably Common Destination, Maps in the American Experience at the Winterthur Museum, and he currently leads the Digital Humanities project ThinkStore, a material culture database for finding objects in literature and visual art. For today's workshop, we are pleased to have him speak on Why Do Wall Maps Matter? A case study in 19th century technology, education, and politics. Martin, the platform is yours.
Well, thank you so much, and good morning. This was a wonderful introduction. Thank you. This was amazing. How could I have missed that conference? It's my people. That's how I felt. So I'm profoundly grateful to Jitka and Arturo and Dominic and the whole conference team for organizing what I think is a one-of-a-kind symposium or workshop, something dedicated just to wall maps. That's amazing. It's a great honor and a privilege to talk to you today about wall maps, and I'm excited to present to you my findings. In the process of my talk, I hope to offer you ideas and frameworks that may help your own work or shape our conversation over the next 2 days. So like many of you, I have spent decades working with wall maps, in my case as a research professor, as a teacher, and as a museum affiliate. Dealing with wall maps is wonderful, but in many ways also endlessly frustrating. You all may have experienced that to work with historic wall maps means to find out that archives keep them because they are bulky, rarely keep them because they're bulky, because they are in bad physical shape, they're deemed worthless, and they're too expensive to preserve, or in the cases that wall maps were actually cataloged and made accessible, you will find wall maps shoved into closets and basements. Or if a librarian actually dares to show you a wall map in the reading room where the wall map becomes public suddenly, they do so with lots of apologies about dirt and conditions, and many maps literally start to crumble as you unfurl them. So you've been all there probably in some form or another. I could go on about the experience of working with wall maps and archives, but the short end of my experience for today is that, in my opinion, wall maps are a truly endangered map species. Unless, and I'm looking at the top of the slide, you have someone like David Ramsey who collects and digitizes them for public use, which is yay, wonderful. Or you have something like the MacLean map collection on the bottom half of the slide, where they actually explicitly collect wall maps and experiment with innovative storing systems or storage systems. So that's something that you as a curator, a librarian, or as a scholar realize is not the norm for many collections. Since most of us don't work in collections like these, we have to do with what's second best, the digital image. And digital maps are wonderful to look at. We can zoom in and out and download and curate them for all kinds of purposes. But as long as they are digital images, wall maps are always limited by the medium that communicates them. They're relegated to the size of my computer screen, to its short-term memory, my short-term memory, to pixelation, your favorite monitor setting, or like today, the materiality of the screen behind me, or the power of the AV equipment, the loading speed of our computer, and last but not least, there are personal variables, our own very eyesight. So what is missing is the material encounter with wall maps, how we engage with them, their look and touch, not to mention their sheer material scale. What actual wall maps teach us is that historically, they were and still are unique sensory settings. Think of them as sensorium, because they are first and foremost hefty objects, toying with notions of the gigantic and the spectacular. At the same time, wall maps also fulfill the role of a multimedia platform that since the 16th century has profoundly shaped print culture, visual culture, the decorative arts, interior design, not to mention the way they help people to imagine geographic space, our immediate community, our ideas of national belonging, and more recently, that of being a global citizen. So in the next 40 minutes or so, I will show you why wall maps matter by tapping the history of American cartography, in particular the long 19th century. Please hold your questions. We'll have plenty of time for comments and discussion. Let me begin by sharing a recent teaching experience. When I asked my students how they would answer the question, why do wall maps matter? They instantly took out their phones, or handy as they say in German, and started Googling. The results were interesting. Using variations on my question that also asked what were important or famous wall maps, the web brought up results like these on the slide. The searches took us to the elite auction house like Sotheby's, describing the top 10 most valuable maps of all time. On Reddit, we found that chat rooms devoted to giving away unwanted wall maps to teachers. Imagine that, free maps. Dozens of commercial advertisings were selling us, for example, the 41 maps we deserve to have decorating our walls. Why not 42 or why not 32? I mean, it's like this weird moment. On the rare occasion that the search triggered actual historical map references, the web instantly foregrounded the history of World War II, here the famous map room in President Roosevelt's White House, and finally, the perhaps most frequent reference to why do wall maps matter involved Martin Waldseemüller's map of the world from 1507, famous for naming America for the first time, and also because it was fetching $10 million in 2001, which to date holds the Guinness World Record of the highest price ever paid for a printed map. Contrary to my expectation, the students' foray into optimized Google responses, pop culture, and blatant commercialism was not in vain. What the students found strongly resonated with cultural attitudes towards wall maps familiar to American citizens living 150 years earlier. To illustrate this, I turn your attention to the early 1850s, when after a decade already rife with domestic and global tensions, East Coast citizens of the United States witnessed a much overlooked wall map competition in New York City. I call it the Battle of Maps of 1853. The setting was the Crystal Palace, hosting the great exhibition of the industry of all nations. There, in a section called the Machine Arcade, objects like naval equipment, think really big guns, textiles, think enormous tapestries, and industrial hardware, imagine steam-powered machinery, these all vied for the visitors' attention. Eye-catching as these goods were, they were staged against an unprecedented spectacle. Along one side of the diamond-shaped arcade, and you can see the floor plan on the right, on the one side of the diamond-shaped arcade were dozens of varnished maps conspicuously placed in what must have been the perhaps greatest map show in modern history. The maps on display were not just any maps providing the background for military and civilian hardware. According to the exhibition catalog, they were specimens of some of the best-known maps made in the United States. On display were wall maps produced by publishers like Henry Tanner and Samuel Munson, who might have shown their medium-sized ornamental or embellished maps measuring 3 by 4 feet. Other publishers included the Colton Company of New York or the Mitchell Company of Philadelphia, both of which were famous for producing maps spanning 6 by 7 or 7 by 8 feet. So now we're talking about the size of the screen before you. The names of these map makers mean nothing to most of us today, nor do we remember specific maps by title, but looking at historical scholarship, we certainly haven't been aware about the presence of maps at the New York exhibition. And lost to us are recollections of the vivid map colorings, the scent of fresh varnish, the sheer material size of maps, and the display gear, so that, as one advertiser put it, any part of the map may be minutely examined with ease, unquote. But in 1853, map makers like Tanner or Munson and map titles such as Mitchell's Reference and Distance Map or Colton's Map of the United States were household names. These names and titles were recognized brands standing for map quality, map styles, map knowledge, and above all, map competition. Staged at the New York exhibition, the maps entered an arena abuzz with competing expectations. For map producers, the maps represented a newly industrialized product involving capital, technology, and the labor force affected by mass production. For map consumers, the maps offered an array of new horizons to which to view the world, and in our case today, the United States. In the public sphere, shopkeepers and government officials kept standing orders for the latest map giant with the goal, as one newspaper keenly pointed out, to quote, to overcome ignorance and for the information of capitalists, unquote. Popular magazines and academic journals debated at length the pedagogic and economic contributions made by maps. And looking at the private sphere, I found letters by ministers, teachers, and individual citizens that revealed how Americans were in a constant shopping mode, trying to find the perfect wall map to support the various buyers' ideological bottom line, ranging from missionary and imperial politics to commercial and abolitionist interests to decorative design and taste. So here I'm clearly jumping ahead using my own research knowledge unavailable to the visitors of the Crystal Palace. Chances are slim that they eyed maps and each other thinking out loud about their personal politics, social roles, or cultural emplacement inside map-related cycles of accumulation. I'm channeling Bruno Latour, for example, centers of calculation or actor networks. But while the visitors' expectations were diverse about the map contents, their expectations were single-minded when it came to the actual map form. The maps had to be wall maps and they had to be large. So taking my cue from the map exhibit of 1853, my goals for today are two. First, I will walk you through the rise of wall maps in America, especially the rise of map giants measuring 40 square feet or more. To do this, I will briefly step back and introduce wall maps as a genre. Next, I will discuss the advent of the industrial map. That is, I will examine the rise of wall maps in relation to technological changes that occurred between 1820 and 1860. A close reading of select maps will help us understand some of the choices in map design and ornamentation, or what I like to call the pictorial arts. And ultimately, I hope to find answers to these questions. What made large wall maps, so appealing in 1853 and beyond? What did wall maps do that other maps did not or could not do? And at the core of these questions is the simple one: why did wall maps matter in the context of early American culture? Let me turn to definitions first. The word wall map is a neologism coined during the 1870s. Modern cartographic handbooks state that a wall map is a map set or fixed against the wall, intended for periodic display in private and public spaces where they serve multiple, often overlapping functions, informed by political culture, the decorative arts, and information technologies. And that's a mouthful. This definition is rather general and unwieldy. Any map attached to the wall would hereby be considered a wall map. But if we think historically, since the advent of printed maps in the Renaissance, map makers, printers, and publishers advertised wall maps as a very specific cartographic genre. This genre was defined by its materiality. They were calling them large map, glazed map, framed map, hanging map, or map on rollers, which instantly meant these were wall maps that distinguished themselves from other maps by their material get-up and by their affinity with other objects and material environments. In fact, wall maps, as you well know, were intensely material affairs. To begin, maps were paper products, a fact that is so obvious that scholars tend to overlook it. I found evidence in the American context that as early as 1796, the Brandywine paper mills in the state of Delaware started making special map paper intended for one of the first American-made atlases published by Matthew Carey. This kind of paper was described to be, quote, thin, hard, and size paper with special reference to strength and flexibility, unquote. And yet it was also meant to be soft enough to retain heavy inks and thick washes of watercolor. Strong paper was needed because wall maps tended to be printed on large sheets of imperial or elephant size that had to be sturdy enough to bear the weight of rollers and yet be flexible and soft enough to be backed by canvas and then rolled up when not on display. Most wall maps were multi-sheet affairs, printed in sections, with each sheet containing a fragment of the map's overall design. Only when fully assembled would wall maps become fully legible, the legibility frequently being guided by the contents of the map's ornamental cartouche or legend, and I will come back to this later. Printers accommodated wall map's sectional makeup by using extra wide margins in order to better hide the paper joints. And as this slide shows, wall maps were further equipped with linen or cotton backings in order to stabilize the paper. Wooden rollers were attached for display and storage purposes. Turpentine-based varnish, and I'm looking at Seth, protected the map surface and later killed it. Silk or linen ribbons were sewn into the paper edges for further protection and decor. And finally, hardware ranging from wooden knobs, metal rings, and leather straps, all this added to the material heft of a generic wall map. But this is not all the material. This is not all the material that is involved in making a wall map. They required hanging gears like pulley systems housed in special made racks or boxes. In fact, from the 1760s to the end of the 19th century, I found hanging designs that imitated window shades, frame paintings, or in this case, to the example to the right, a shipping tackle for raising and lowering wall maps as if they were large sails. If we go back in history, we discover that the display practices that made a 19th century map into a wall map were similar to those that were used in the Renaissance. The concept of the wall map emerged during the 16th century, but didn't gain in its significance until the 17th century with the rise of map galleries, as they were called, that were maintained by European monarchs and aristocrats, government offices like the British Board of Trade, courtly institutions like the Paris Observatory, or military academies like the Prussian one here on the right. During the second half of the 17th century, wall maps emerged as prized possessions of the emerging middle class, as documented by genre paintings such as Vermeer's Officer and Laughing Girl or Nicholas's Mass, the Account Keeper. A handbook, and that's my finding to the right here, a handbook describing the technology for fighting fire tells us the extent to which wall maps permeated domestic spaces. If you look closely, an enormous wall map decorates the parlor on the lower left. Shown next to tapestries, mirrors, domestic use objects, and paintings, wall maps ascribe to sitters and viewers the role of imperial geographer who was consuming maps as people were rapidly consumed by a burgeoning commodity culture. If we turn our attention to North America, records show that by the mid-18th century, British Americans were equally partial to wall maps in both public and private spaces. As early as 1737, the Virginia Gazette published ads, and I quote, "For a very large map being 5 feet long and 4 feet broad on 2 sheets on elephant paper, it's not only useful but ornamental for gentlemen's halls, parlors, or staircases," unquote. Looking at the top of the slide, John Mitchell's famous map of the British Empire in America was found hanging for 2 decades in colonial state houses like those of Massachusetts and Pennsylvania. Looking below, large wall maps devoted to single colonies like John Henry's map of Virginia can be tracked into private homes where they hung in dining rooms, parlors, and studies. And here I always love this anecdote. This is from Colonial Williamsburg, this setting, so where they reconstructed a parlor to match the inventory that they found and this inventory was the last governors of Virginia inventory, Lord Bottetourt, in 1777 or so when they took the inventory. And he had the John Henry map hanging over his fireplace. And we had documentation that apparently he hosted dinners where George Washington and Thomas Jefferson attended these dinners. And they walked in and saw this wall map, and then they ran out and bought the same wall map and then put it into their parlors. So there's this culture of people basically cycling and recycling these wall maps as they came onto the market. When during the late 18th century, the wealthier classes began decorating their homes with wallpaper, wall maps managed to overshadow this newcomer among printed artifacts. In a fictional sketch published in 1787, a female voice complains about her bookish husband that because of him, quote, "the pretty flowered wallpaper in the hall is all covered over with nothing but maps," unquote. After the American Revolution, the production of wall maps became the ambition of every serious American map maker. Samuel Lewis set the trend with a 2-sheet map of the United States, which was originally made as an atlas fold-out, but was sold separately as a wall map for $2 and reached about a circulation of 4,000 copies. Over the next 2 decades, Lewis would go on to create 6 different wall maps showing the new nation. The largest on the right, published in 1815, consisted of 6 sheets measuring 6 by 6 feet and sold for $22, or today about $400, if canvassed, colored, varnished, and put on rollers. Between 1800 and 1825, the first generation of popular wall maps included Abram Bradley's map showing post offices, and I'm going clockwise here, so I'm stopping here. Philip Carrigan's state map of New Hampshire, and you can see already it's widely decorated. John Mellish's national map, and this is this one, famously showing for the first time the US the United States spanning the full continent. This is 1816, and Henry Tanner's continental map, which would go on to win awards at exhibitions in the category of mechanic arts for excellence in engraving and design. Nobody cared about the cartographic content. It was all about the engraving and design. Two rationales informed the material design of first-generation wall maps. The first was political in that the wall map's material format served to amplify its contents, in particular the depiction of national unity, the sovereignty of the nation's different states, or the country's imperial ambition. The second rationale was aesthetic. Color, allegorical imagery, and pictorial views transformed wall maps into decorative spectacles intent on catching the viewer's gaze. Indeed, estate inventories and wills recorded between the 1750s and the 1850s underscore the popularity of wall maps as ornamental display objects by listing them next to paintings and pictorial prints. But at the same time as consumers demanded new and better maps, map makers who took on large map projects struggled with more than artistic challenges. The cost of copper plates and special map paper, printing fees, wages for map engravers, colorists, and map outfitters required publishers to raise large sums before having had a chance of selling even one copy. As a result, map prices were high and sales were relatively slow for wall maps, causing many map makers to drop wall maps from their portfolio. Indeed, for first-generation map makers like Lewis and Mellish to stake their reputation and livelihood on wall maps proved to be a risky business, and in both cases was the cause of financial ruin. Enter the second generation of wall maps and their makers. Everything that historically had been deemed practice as usual began to change during the 1820s. First, the invention of the machine-made paper dramatically changed the design and business of cartography. Old paper mills that relied on handmade paper could only produce single sheets in the 20 to 30-inch range. By contrast, early machine-made paper came in sizes ranging from 27 to 40 inches wide and was on paper rolls that were up to 1,000 feet long. Suddenly, large paper sheets were cheap and ubiquitous. Within a decade, special map paper became the raw material of choice and helped popularize the material platform of wall maps. Second, by the 1830s and 40s, the printing process called lithography transformed the look of maps. Two map details from the Mitchell Company illustrate the visual difference. Copper or steel engraved maps, like on the top right, registered cartographic information in precise but muted patterns marked by lines, dots, and symbols. And we're all familiar with this kind of look. No matter how densely packed the information was, critics celebrated it for its clarity and overall legibility. By contrast, once lithography, lithographed, maps were reproduced via stone or later metal plates, the visual experience changed. No matter how densely packed the information was, critics celebrated it for its clarity and overall legibility. By contrast, once lithographed, maps were reproduced via stone or later metal plates, the visual experience changed. Bearing the same amount of information, the lithographed map of Brazil now looks surprisingly crowded. During the lithographic process, printing inks tended to affect visual variables, including letter spacing, color, lightness, saturation, and so forth, which, when all is told, generated images defined by a starker contrast. Maps look bolder or even muscular, as lithography created the optical effect of making map images pop or burst with more visual energy. And you can already see the subtext of ideology and propaganda maps, and all this is kind of coming into its own focus with the process or with the advance of lithography. The third major change in map production and consumption was put into motion with the use of steam-powered rotary presses, especially the ones capable of handling large printing plates. Manual printing presses generated about 12 large prints per hour. The steam-powered printing press produced print runs of nearly 1,000 copies per hour. Map prices plummeted accordingly, from $22 for a fully dressed wall map in 1815 to mere $3 for a much more ornate wall map made in 1851. In that year, the map publisher Horace Thayer boasted to have sold over 1 million maps. And just to give you a taste of what Americans were buying, I'm going to walk you through a sample of popular wall maps that I've kind of loosely arranged by genre. The first genre, and you probably, depending where you're from, you have probably matching similar examples, are the patriotic maps, which are on the one hand delineating administrative units, like states and counties, and you can see the breakdown in this kind of map image on the inside, so to speak. But on the outside of the map image, you have this architectural iconography. In this case, a neoclassical one showing cartographic images of the founders as like emblems hanging off these structures, but at the same time, you're also imitating neoclassical edifices with pillars, columns, and giving the nation a roof. So the map becomes like a window into a classical Republican past. Another example of the patriotic map is more like a subgenre of the patriotic map are the straight up propaganda maps. Here, the patriotic message produced by Humphrey Phelps's ornamental map of the United States and Mexico is basically a messaging board for how do we fight the war against Mexico if you're coming from the American context. If you look closely, so you have Cortez on the left, and you have Montezuma on the top right. In between is George Washington, and now you can try to figure out what timeline is being played with here. And then on the bottom line, you have General Santa Anna and General Taylor. So suddenly these are the combatants on display. But in the middle, for us, what's fascinating, and you've seen this perhaps as maps that were circulating during the Second World War, propaganda maps, where one side will claim I'm being encroached upon by the other side, right? And so here you have Texas, which just has been annexed and has been made a state in 1845, looking like this endangered buffer zone between imperial Mexico and supposedly democratic America at that point. So we have like this fascinating power play that's being played out in this particular propaganda map. The other genre that you will find in the American Archive is the straight up administrative map, and this could be a state, a county, or a city map. They are all decked out in colors thanks to lithography. They came with directories and picture inserts showing architectural landmarks to better identify the specificity of your place. So you would usually identify, in this case, the city map of the 10-mile radius around Philadelphia, so the county map / city map, but you would have had Girard College and the famous waterworks in Philadelphia as like local landmarks to give people their kind of local bearings. A subgenre of administrative maps would be the county map, and Seth can talk about this endlessly because he's repairing those all the time. These were developed by Robert Smith, and they were hugely popular between 1840 and 1880. And they were popular on the one hand because as counties were forming, yes, you have your administrative map to display your political kind of units, but what is fascinating for my purpose, since I'm being selfish here, is they became billboards for advertisement. You had these inserts, what we now as historical geographers or cartographers or art historians too would love to get our hands on, because you suddenly have in situ images of particular places. But what I didn't realize until I started researching is these are not like landmarks as in famous institutional centers or buildings, but these are actually shop fronts, your farm, your homestead, your house facade, because if I pay $10 to the map maker, I can advertise my own location. So it's a very commercial, a very interactive administrative map. And then, of course, you have thematic maps emerging, and these are, you probably are all familiar from American election cycles. This is one of the very first political maps reporting on the election outcomes, in this case of 1856. The color scheme is not red and blue. It's a different color scheme at this point, and you can guess who the slave-owning states are, like dark. Then if you go down, this is the famous Hergesheimer map, where we have a statistical account of the population of enslaved people, which was actually then used by Lincoln as a way of strategizing military campaigns, in the hope that if northern armies would come into into areas densely populated by a black population, that people would rise up and fight against their oppressors. But that actually didn't really happen. So that map was one of these statistical maps that backfired on people. This is an example. This is a fascinating example of a wall map. This is actually a varnished map that you would have hang up in your home during the Civil War, and it came with a set of blue crayons, and then you could basically mark with blue crayons on the map troop movements or troop placements so that you could follow military actions. And then as things shift and change, you can erase that and wipe it down, and you can then start all over. So again, and then of course railroad maps as like the emerging genre in the mid 19th century. As a thematic map. Of the thematic maps, then one subgenre is the missionary map, which I also like to associate with the supersized maps, because the ones on the left, here measured 80 by 160 inches or 7 by 13 feet. Somebody does metrics. So that would be 2 meters, 10 on by what, 5 meters? I mean, these are enormously sized maps, in other words. And then as a researcher, your eureka moment, of course, is when you have archival evidence. So this is a watercolor, a photograph of a watercolor. So I never even got to see the original, unfortunately. But the artist was so good about actually being detailed in their drawings and in their penciling, and that they actually were able to put the title of the map at the bottom. And once you started looking at the David Ramsey website, shout out here, you find, oh my gosh, this is actually the perfect match. So you have a sense of what people were hanging up in their meeting halls. And for contextualizing wall maps, this is where it's all coming together, right? It really made sense suddenly. And the one map that I wish I had a copy to show is the super sized map, because that was a railroad map of the United States, the size of a small house from 1857. It was 25 feet long and 17 feet wide. It was first displayed at the New York Merchants Exchange. That totally makes sense. Before it was sent on tour as a display object to other European cities. I think it went to London and then from there to Paris, and then it vanished. And we have no trace where this map ended up. Shifting gears, having given you a taste of the range of map genres and their impressive visuality, I'd like to switch gears now and unpack the wall map's contents rather than form. So let me thus tweak one of my opening questions and ask, what do wall maps do that other maps don't? Or to put this more plainly, what makes wall maps tick? To answer this, all we need to do is look at the basic anatomy of wall maps, which consists of 4 major elements: the map itself, map inserts showing smaller maps, graphs, or tables, the title cartouche bearing the map's colophon or legend, and then the decorative frame providing the border between the inside and the outside of the map, and that's actually quite important. Each element operates as a communication system, providing extensive information or symbolic messages. When analyzing a wall map, it really helps to follow John Brian Harley's groundbreaking work and approach the map as a text. That is, I treat maps as a writing system in which graphic signs and symbols paired with alphabetic or numeric ciphers generate meaning in a quasi-linguistic fashion. Today, many argue that map inscriptions from words to graphic elements operate like a pictographic code, replete with its own syntax and semantics. For the trained map reader, boundary lines, watercourses, and place names are not just signs, but they imply a syntactic agreement that transpose graphic representation into narrative structures. For example, the textual element of the grid line provides a sense of scale and distance, marking at once a place, but also spatial relationships. And at the same time, then you have paratextual elements such as the pictorial insets or showing landscapes or other ornamental designs, and they ground the map in the visual tradition of iconography and mimetic representation. When all is combined, a wall map's textual and paratextual components raise specific expectations. Namely, to be meaningful, maps have to be legible, but to be legible, maps have to obey the rules of written or graphic communication. Take the map cartouche as an example. It contains the map title, but does so much more. In the case of the 1702 map by Thornton showing New England, the cartouche creates a pictorial narrative that associates the mapped place with its indigenous people in a kind of value-neutral one-to-one correspondence. Fast forward to 1755, the Jeffries cartouche below turns into a stylized theatrical performance in which the native figure submits the land to the European colonizer half a century later. To the colonizer. Half a century later, and I'm going to the Tanner map on the top right, the Tanner map uses the cartouche to anchor the American nation as a place of no longer native indigenous people, but as a place of native landscapes, celebrating in this case the natural bridges as a landmark of wonder, of natural wonder. And by the time you have the Tainter cartouche, basically joining word and image into a patriotic gesture, an echo chamber for marketing the map as a mirror of the founders, of the founder, or founding principles, and there's no reference to indigenous people at all. So it's kind of done. The narrative or the concept of the vanishing Indian has by this point basically come to a conclusion. A different way of how you can process the kind of pictographic language of maps, I like to associate with the ornamental function of maps. Pictorial maps like this one here demonstrate how wall maps turned imitation into an art form. In the case of the Alden map shown in this slide, the national map works like a picture gallery. And here literally you have picture after picture circulating the actual map content. we see 28 iconic scenes of American settings already known to audiences from popular prints and paintings. One iconic setting is the Catskill Mountain House. Its location was made popular by James Fenimore Cooper's novel, The Pioneers, the famous Leatherstocking Tales, published in 1823. And thanks to him and the painters of the Hudson River School, the mountain house quickly advanced into a shorthand image signifying at once a romantic landscape, but also a hotel and a popular tourist attraction. Another visual effect of these wall maps is what I think of the theatricality effect. And this is one of these maps that actually, if it's hung about at waist level, you would be almost on eye level with the lower image of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. So you'd be actually sitting elbow to elbow with the founders and leaning into the map, which of course is surrounded by, yet again, picture frames that then contain mini pictures. So you are as if you're joining an art gallery, but this is a map art gallery, but you're also one of the audience members who's actually witnessing a historic moment. It's a fantastic kind of trompe-l'oeil effect almost of inviting you into the action of a display, of a map display. And then you have what I think of like as the storyboard or the encyclopedic picture map, thematic wall maps illustrating American history, further mimic the gallery effect. Ensign's map, called the Cottage Ornament, here shows a host of visual scenes that overwhelms the actual map at its center. Revolving around the map are two historical narratives. Across the bottom half, the national map is flanked by insets depicting the rise of the United States as seen through seascapes, illustrating key naval victories. But by contrast, and across the top, is the story of tyranny, depicting a who's who catalog of European monarchs or despots, several of whom had failed to keep the Americas under their sway. So you can see the political messaging here. Throughout, the map is saturated with images that show people of different cultures and their costumes and social rituals. And the wall map here resembles more a poster session, selling a pseudoscientific information than a product of Enlightenment science. And just briefly take in this kind of sheer volume of well, what is it? Picture information that is being crammed into this particular wall map. Map makers, as they were increasingly embracing the wall map's visual effect, began to define wall maps in juxtaposition to books as book-like constructs. Advertisements praised wall maps because they can, as they were saying, they contained as much information as a book, and in this case, I found advertisements by publishers like Mitchell and Colton, and they literally tried to marry wall maps to special book publications. In their national and state and railroad maps, advertisings, they were advertised together with book accompaniments like this one. And these accompaniments came equipped with a special fabric loop, like shown on this slide, so that the book could be hung on nails right next to the map. So you have map and book basically in tandem, in dialogue with each other. The marriage between wall maps and a separate book, however, proved to be a short-lived strategy. The book analogy broke down by the 1850s with the rise of the inexpensive supersized maps, and map sellers pitching wall maps by this point were just basically switching tack and were saying, well, my wall map is not like a book, is similar to a book. It doesn't become a book. It doesn't. For them, the logic was wall maps actually literally would replace the book. The logic was simple. Who wants to read a book about geography, or for that matter, history, when a wall map can offer information more elegantly and speedily because you can see and study the world at a glance? So I keep thinking of the earlier image. Of course, map publishers knew that wall maps couldn't quite compete with books in the marketplace. Their alternative to the anti-book stance was, well, simply to embrace the book. Practically all major publishers repackaged best-selling wall maps in collapsible form as what they called case or pocket maps, because they could be made, you guessed it, portable like a book. I mean, that is lifted out of their advertising. Large maps like Tanner's map of the United States were dissected, glued on linen, and then folded into book-like casings that imitated quarter-sized hardcover bindings, included marble covers, and Morocco leather spines. And that was like the deluxe version of this. More popular formats were the smaller pocket maps printed on banknote paper, so think tissue paper. And these were then intended for walls as fold-outs, and they could be refolded into like tiny postcard-sized covers. Having now given you a kind of overview of different contexts for wall maps, I will double back to my opening to the map show at the exhibition in New York in order to give you a better sense of their cultural significance, as well as to provide a few provisional answers to the question, What do wall maps matter? And what do wall maps want, and why do they matter? First, and perhaps most obviously, wall maps, and especially the map giants, were staged as object lessons in a culture preoccupied with the gigantic. Situated between large naval equipment, I'm coming back to the exhibition of 1853, and giant looms, wall maps occupied a position where they were compared to modern machinery. Wall maps thus participated in a calculated display intent on illustrating the nation's economic shift from pre-industrial to industrial capitalism. But while the materiality of wall maps mimicked the emergent scale of industrialization in the United States, their very size also hailed a different cultural shift, namely the symbolic construction of the nation as an enduring social form. As we push for more answers about the ideological underpinnings of map size and scale, the New York exhibition had one specific purpose: the domestication of gigantic forms. It was not a big deal to stage a wall map measuring 8 by 8 feet in an exhibition hall, but to hang the same kind of map inside of your shop or parlor or study is making a statement. In fact, map sellers discovered a marketplace where consumers were eager to import large wall maps into domestic settings. Ever since John Mellish opened his map shop in Philadelphia, and this is his storefront, in 1816, special map stores emerged in American cities with shop windows, and you can see an example of this trade catalog here, a shop window with large wall maps being on display, selling or being sold as decor for private homes and public offices. The ad campaigns by map businesses were usually amplified by commercial exhibitions like the annual fairs in New York or Philadelphia, or the Centennial exhibition in Philadelphia of 1876. And you can see they have a whole wing for big map displays. Once they entered the home, wall maps created their own performative space. According to inventories, they appeared in parlors, studies, hallways, and bedrooms. Unwieldy, disproportionate in relation to most house objects, and difficult to handle or store, the wall map's very materiality readjusted the reader's horizon and offered now a unique training ground for prospective map users. In fact, and this is my second conclusion, in the private sphere and channeled through educational settings, large wall maps fostered a unique kind of education of the eye, an informal education that taught map reading through a mix of visual and tactile experiences. This education was decades in the making. Since the 1790s, American textbooks promoted catechistic map lessons that closely followed the oral recitation patterns used by American primers or alphabet books. For those who are familiar with alphabet books or primers, imagine it's like the first page you open it to the letter A, and then you find a couplet with a picture, "In Adam's fall we sinned all," and then you go off to the races and you have the full alphabet. By the 1820s, and this is the center image here, by the 1820s, the educator Joseph Lancaster had introduced a monitorial teaching method to public schools, which resulted in widely advertised group exercises of collective map reading and map pointing. By the 1840s, map lessons were also turned into a song, as the image on the left here shows. School teachers like Francis Willard commented that students sing the capitals and the boundaries of the states while they point out the places on the map, unquote. Some educators took to sing the map exercise on the road. In Massachusetts, a broadside poster advertised a geographical concert and public recitation performed by 40 pupils. So taking my cue from this slide, the old-fashioned method of teaching geography, the much lamented rote learning and recitation of stuffy facts, here becomes a lesson in which literacy mixes with visuality, mixes with tactility, mixes with theatricality. The map lesson begins with the ooh and ah effect, when the stick-like contraption of a rolled-up map gets unrolled. Most wall maps worked like window shades, but instead of blocking, they opened up a view to the world, an effect matched only by a moving panorama or a theater's movable scenery. Once the map is unfurled, the lesson, or for that matter, any map interaction, proceeds like a stage rehearsal. The pupil recites her lesson while pointing with a finger to the places and mountains, etc. What looks like an exercise in oratory, the act of pointing here becomes a physical exercise, melding body and map. Standing before the giant map, the pupil not only strikes the theatrical pose before the class, but during the recital must stretch arms and legs, in short, engage her whole body in the effort of not only getting her geography right, but of keeping her balance and student-appropriate decorum. Of course, throughout this performance, the wall map acts as a giant prop, towering over the map reader. The effect was a fascinating mix of modeling the nation as a cartographic sing-along, which at the same time turned the performance into a map-based chant, or as I'd like to think of it, a first map-based national anthem. And this is where I end. Educators never adapted the New England Primer's famous reference to the Bible so that instead of reciting, "This book attend, the life to mend," students would have said, "This map attend, the life to mend." This did not happen. But the records that comment on wall maps suggest that they provided encounters that were deeply personal. With maps being memorized by rote, they grew on people. As such, and true to the literal meaning of what is a metaphor, wall maps were capable of transporting people, eliciting feelings of mutuality and trust, not to mention sentiments like the love for your country. That perhaps was the unspoken motivation that drew people to the maps of the Crystal Palace. By 1853, Americans were in the habit to connect wall maps to national identity. Since the 1790s, teachers and politicians proclaimed that unlike books, the map of the nation, quote, will call home the minds of youth and fix them upon the interests of their own country and assist in forming attachments to it, unquote. This was the voice of Noah Webster, exhorting his readers to act in unity during the first constitutional crisis of the United States. 20 years later, and now in the context of the War of 1812, Samuel Lewis exclaimed, "Were a map hung up in the hall of every family of our country, the children of the people of the United States would become geographers by instinct and citizens by heart," unquote. Visitors of the Crystal Palace of New York may have realized that in the wake of the Compromise of 1850, wall maps and their ornamental designs did the cultural work of providing the visual proof of unity despite the rampant sense of political instability. Map makers reacted to the Union's tension, and at the end of the decade, map buyers saw a sudden spike in the production of supersized wall maps. But while previous wall maps tended to focus only on the nation's territory, after 1850, they now included Central America and the Caribbean basin. This expansionist view was paradoxically offsetting the map's emphasis on national integrity, because the map titles were hailing the nation as a union, as a republic, or by appealing to patriotic sentiments, they used titles like "our country." Call them exhibition, concert, libretto, or a tool of propaganda, wall maps are material expressions taking up issues of cultural importance. In the context of the antebellum decades, political cartoonists quickly discovered the trope of wall maps. One cartoon stands out when it shows 4 presidential candidates as destructive punks caught in the act of shredding one of the cloth-backed super maps. Given the American education in map reading and map handling, the cartoon would have had people experience almost a visceral reaction. You don't destroy maps just as you don't burn books. Throughout the long 19th century, it was the wall map's materiality and design that enabled students and parents, teachers and senators to reflect upon the fabric of their life world before or while or after taking up political action. Cartoons like this reveal that wall maps had become a powerful metaphor that Americans were living by. On the one hand, the everyday self-image of American citizens was that all of them had a place on the map. On the other hand, if the map is shown to be fragile, so too was the nation. Of course, we know what happened next, the violent breakup of the nation. But after the Civil War was over, the glossily varnished wall map prevailed. I end my talk with a quote from the journals of the philosopher Ralph Waldo Emerson. In 1865, he wrote, "In every house and shop, an American map has been unrolled and daily studied, and now that peace has come, every citizen finds himself a skilled student of the condition, means, and future of this continent." In the course of a short decade, wall maps had morphed from being a popular emblem of unity to one documenting disunity to one saturated with personal meaning. During the war, people had hung maps on their walls in order to trace the fate of fathers or sons, close partners, or distant relatives. Always the hopeful optimist, Emerson imagines wall maps now to serve as an important cultural office. After years of being collectively studied, wall maps were now given a position that would afford Americans to better understand their country, rebuild a sense of community, and build a better future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin, for the perfect opening. Okay. Yeah, so I just wanted to thank Martin, and this is something that can develop our ideas and discussion during these days, these 2 days, because a lot of ideas were present, how the maps were important sources of not only knowledge, but sources and materials fostering some and shaping the identity, the national identity, or the ideas, propaganda, and so on. So I think that yeah, we can, if you have some special questions for Martin now directly, please feel free to ask. Okay.
Thank you so much. My name is Bahar. I'm from Turkey, from Ankara. I'm really interested also, aside from all this valuable information, the relationship between the viewer and the map, and being close to the eye, or being situated somewhere above. And that's what I observed in all these paintings from the colonial period, not colonial, but the early national period, like the living room where Jefferson and John Henry met. Did they view the maps as sort of works of art? So they were not really close to the eye, but with the passing time, they became much more intimate with the maps, especially that living room depiction that you showed. But in the European paintings, they were also close to the physical body of the viewer. So that early Republic period somehow, is quite spectacular for me. So I just wanted to learn your opinion about it.
Great question, because this is one of the things unless you have somebody's diary entry where they say, oh, I hung up this map because I really like the look of it, and then it's a work of art, right? As opposed to, I really like this map because, oh my gosh, I can trace my family's journey from Boston to Philadelphia or whatever, right? So in terms of, to walk into your question from the perspective of just how do you visually engage with maps, they were usually hung actually at elbow height. We have records of where you can get a sense of, it's too long to explain, but that's kind of the standard practice when they were hanging on walls. But then you saw the overmantel pieces, and once they're above a certain height, they become something you have to really squint. I mean, you can't really see. And what we discovered, and you may have seen this when you have gallery openings or exhibition openings, people have to really lean in to a map to read the map. So the moment you step away, and that was actually one of the concerns for maps that were printed specifically for school uses, how much do you actually see of the map as information, or is it just like at this point the optical experience of, I see the outline, I see maybe a few words if they're really big print. So I think of them as a pastiche almost, or as a kind of hybrid object. It's partly aesthetic, partly like a decorative object, but also partly then the information platform. And the information platform comes really into play when the map is made available in the houses at eye level, but in places like the hallway and staircase where you can, I mean, by the sheer dint of the narrowness of a space, you have to look closely. But then you don't ever get to see the full picture. And that's what wall maps make. Again, we're thinking amongst ourselves here, right? Wall maps are these unique objects because you can't actually really see everything at once. You have to lean in. The moment I step back, all I see is the comprehensive view. And then what is it that I'm looking at? Is it just a pretty picture, right? And does something change aesthetically? And that's my other point of the other answer here would be to say, yes, until probably the 1850s, maps were really treated as art objects in that sense. The poor people's art object. And if you ever had a chance to look at Loudon's, it's like a how-to manual on how to set up a home for middle class, working class families in England at this point, but also America, he advocated for poor people to buy maps as the cheapest option as decorations. And by that point, you know, it is meant to be decorative. It's not necessarily only as a learning tool. Yet Loudon also advertised floor maps, carpet maps, so that your children would learn geography that way. So our wall map, the size of that object, right, filters from not ceilings. No, actually, I've seen it on ceilings too, actually, from walls to floors to ceilings. I mean, it's like this really fascinating, ubiquitous object. Yeah. I could go on.
Thank you. Yeah, it's also this kind of the performance and this theater effect, which is very much important because first of all, like if you consider it only as something visual, decorative, it starts to change its real role during this 19th century. It really you want to show something and you want to attract people to interact with, and that's what is important like step in this development of mall maps that it comes to the stage, and please interact with that. It is so important. Dominic?
Are there any other questions right now from the audience? Yeah, there's Seth. Okay.
Wonderful, Martin. You had mentioned that we talked about the county maps and the smaller ones, and I find the differentiation between the smaller produced ones, the county, the town maps versus the national ones in terms of two completely different industries in terms of how they were funded. The national ones were funded on the front end, on the back, they produced the maps and hoped they were going to recoup their costs, right, versus the county ones, which were funded on the front end to, by businesses and people, and then that would fund the cost of the map. And, working within libraries, I find, they're basically business directories, and you go through and you want it to be in this map because they were made, every 10 years or so. So if you were a flower shop or a shoe, somebody who made shoes, you wanted to be in the map. And they didn't make them in very big runs. They made them in small runs, and they didn't hang up in homes. They hung up in city halls and clerks' offices. They were, they were very central. And so I was wondering, you can talk about the two, sort of the different industries there.
Yeah, so we're looking at basically a culture, and I don't know if this is true for Europe, the subscription method. You basically had to raise the funds before you could start printing it. Oh, one thing I should clarify upfront for audiences that are not familiar with this. American map makers were a decentralized commercial enterprise. There was no central government role in map making, whereas in Germany, France, Italy, presumably, England, definitely, it was a heavily protected, centralized enterprise. So your data was coming from the Royal Society or from whoever had the hold on the latest findings, mappings that were coming back to your capital cities. In the United States, we had the General Land Office, which was actually founded just at the outbreak of the War of 1812. But that was, it was a government entity, but they had zero checks on it. So people, publishers like the Tanner family or the Mitchell Company or the Colton Company, they just basically asked them, okay, what is the latest data? What are the newest surveys of the West, let's say? And then they basically gobbled up that information and printed their maps. And so there was no government oversight. There was no rectification. I mean, like checking in, are these even accurate? I mean, there was just nothing of that sort. So that as a sidebar. So then we have basically it's the Wild West in the marketplace. So anybody could become a map publisher. And that's why I'm fascinated by the county maps, because that is the Wild West. You're really pinpointing an audience, right? I want my name, not just in the local town directory, city directory, but also on the map at the same time, because it advertises my business. So the business model was basically subscriptions. It was only the really big map publishing houses like Mellish succeeded at first, but then he went bankrupt. And then Tanner really took it to the next level, where they printed maps in small increments, like 500 copies to 1,000 copies, and then updated them as they were reprinting them. But they printed them in advance, knowing that there would be a market buying these maps, as opposed to I have to bring in the money first before I even begin to sell the very first map. It's a very convoluted, complicated, a local enterprise in that sense. So in the European context, I'm always jealous because usually you have very specific publishing houses. Petermann's, we just talked about the one, and you just know that's where all the data sat, and that's where the records are, the ledgers are, and the account books are. So, Joanna.
Good morning.
Hi.
Joanna, New Hampshire and New York.
The world.
The world. I have many questions, but I'm just going to ask one, which is, these are huge format documents, and great, 15 by 12 or 25 by 17 feet, your white whale. But for a middle class or working class household, that seems like a wall too big. So I'm wondering, do you have examples of people resizing, copying and pasting, or pushing back on this idea that, or copying and cutting, that book maps don't go on the wall, right? You say map, a book or a wall map, and it seems to me it's not an either or, but an and. And are there, how do you parse that?
Book maps, if they were large foldouts, they were easily, I mean, we know this today from antiques dealers who basically destroy many atlases and just take the foldouts and sell them separately as wall maps, when they were meant to be an atlas map, actually, initially. But the point of origin was that the map maker thought of them as versatile objects. They could be both. So it's an and, both and kind of scenario. But coming back to the question of class, right? So you saw, and again, as always, the records are better for elites because they documented the inventories better, and we have a better sense of what, and stuff survived. But what the records from my end show, so a humble working class household of John Ross, and Americanists instantly say Ross. Oh, it's Betsy Ross's husband, the woman who did the invented the American flag, supposedly. He was an upholsterer. So we're talking artisans, craftsmen, and in their inventory, they had the map of New England. And that, yay, was a big 3 by 4 feet map in 1776 at this point. So I think people adjusted, the size of wall maps adjusted to your purse, or your purse adjusted itself to the size of the wall map. So how much money could you invest? And again, I'm talking, there's this major splits. Map prices really plummet by the 1830s. So suddenly they become really widely available. And shoot, the slides are gone. If you remember the one image where you saw this woman next to the bed and she had a baby on her lap and there was a fold-out map above the fireplace, that was a pocket map. But actually that original would have been printed as a large office wall map, right? But this family, an immigrant family, they had the pocket, you could see the flap, right, when things get folded. So that's the moment when you realize, okay, it's like a harmonica effect, right? I can scale it up or scale it down. So that's, I think, the answer, perhaps.
Okay, are there any more questions from the audience right now? Because otherwise we would check if there are any questions from the audience online in the meantime. So let's see for that. But if there's any short question in between, now is your turn.
From the online audience, there is a question from Emily. I have just to switch the computer. Emily, please, you can talk.
So thank you very much for this truly excellent lecture. So I'm an architectural historian and also an historian of cartography, working on military maps in France in the early modern period. I was very interested in your mention of a culture of gigantism in the 19th century, because in France we have had several studies recently in the history of techniques and in the history of sciences on the concept of miniaturization and the rise of the idea of portability in the second half of the 18th century, how things and materials and objects became smaller and how technically it was now possible to make things very small and portable. The work of Gian Enrico Bernasconi, for example, in material history. So my question is therefore, is it possible to redefine this notion of a culture of gigantism through the production of wall maps, and to show step by step the shift from the smallest to the largest sizes?
Wow, that's a big historical question, but I think my short answer would be giganticism was in play from the very beginning, because if you think of the Martin Waldseemüller map of 1507, where he punched up basically the Ptolemaic map, that was also very large object. I can't remember what the square footage was, but it was 5 meters by 3 meters. It was an enormously sized object. And we're talking early 16th century. So as early as then, when we just had basically started printing, and these were woodcut prints. These are not copper engravings. So these were prints, I don't know, I think it was 22 sheets or something like this. So that was quite a heroic undertaking for a map maker / paper maker. But then from then on forward, I think you had a split between portability and giganticism, where you try to use large maps, try to fold them down, but then you realize, well, I have to unfold them again, right? So that becomes very unwieldy. We all have been in the olden days when we didn't have our phones, right? But in the olden days, you had your paper map, and here you are, and the wind is blowing, and your map is flopping all over the place. So we had this actually happening in the Sayre Atlas. It's an atlas that was made for English officers during the American Revolutionary War, where they folded down the existing catalog of the greatest maps. They were all the size of war maps, like the New England map I showed with the cartouche. And they were folded down, and then the moment you try to unfold them, they would break, right? I mean, so that's the moment when the miniaturization becomes actually more a question of, can I make a map more durable by keeping it smaller? So that's one of, I mean, I'm thinking on my feet a little bit, because what is the logic of the rationale? Sure, because it's a true pocket map, there's nothing on the map, right? And then it's just a tiny outline, and you can't really see any information. So it's just really a question of how can I condense the physical object rather than how can I condense the map content to make it smaller, if you want to kind of come to that rationale. But if you go over time, the gigantic will stick with you forever. I mean, we have pictures of President Trump posing in front of an enormous war map at some kind of firefighters reunion. I mean, it's like the symbolism of the life of a giant map is across the time, is always with us. I mean, Queen Elizabeth does it. I don't know if Louis XIV, if he did it, but it's with us.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any more questions? Otherwise, I would have a question, because I mean, now you told us let's put it like this, like the story of the US and like the culture of wall maps in the US. But I mean, you also alluded to all these exhibitions, and I mean, I would be interested if you found any traces of exchange with like European map makers, or also how this imagination or like this cultural relation to wall maps also was transferred to other countries, even in the Central Americas. Yeah.
Great question. I mean, so again, the United States is the backwater, right? I mean, in the 1790s, 1800s, 1810s, we are importing more maps than we're really producing ourselves. Except if you look at the production catalog, American map makers were making mostly maps that only show the United States, nothing else, really. So if you wanted to have a map from elsewhere, you had to import the maps. So Berghaus, but a whole bunch of German publishers, and of course the English publishers, Fadden and Aerosmith, those are the big house names at that point. They were imported. Coming back to the exhibitions, the commercial exhibitions, and those don't kick in until the early 1820s, really. They were rivals, right? So at the Great Exhibition in New York, and you can do the same game by going to the Great Exhibition catalog for England, for the one in London, right? You had basically rivalries between the map makers. So they were very attuned to each other. But it was apparently a one-way traffic in the way in which then Americans were importing maps showing, let's say, Europe, but they would not import an American map made by Europeans. So that was an interesting pattern that you can find in between the lines. But again, I would love to find like a book, a map seller's account book, because then you can see where did they get their materials from, right? Yeah, but you're spot on. So there was an exchange, and people were definitely aware of each other.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have maybe the follow-up question. It was like, what are the centers of the wall maps in America? Because I know about Philadelphia from your book. We know from European context that we have this like Perthes, we have Welser, we have the Augustini, all these like that were collaborating together. And what about, how was the situation in America? Were there more centers, and did they collaborate, or were more competitive than collaborative?
They would be competitive.
Yeah.
But there were centers in the sense that Philadelphia truly was the map-making center until the 1840s and late 1840s. Then New York City overtakes Philadelphia. In between, you had Baltimore. There's this guy Monk. I forgot his first name. He was making large wall maps, and he was noodling them off like every year a new map. It was kind of the same map, but he gave it a different timestamp so he could sell it again as a new updated map. Baltimore, nothing in the south. So that's one of the findings. If you go to the census report, that actually shows you map publishers would be advertised in the census report, and there's no printing of maps in anything south of Baltimore already. Washington, D.C., you would have had a one press. So it would be decentralized, but you had a few powerhouses, so or commercial centers, let's put it this way. And that gravitated from Philadelphia to New York, and then by the late 19th century with Rand McNally, it goes to Chicago. So, I mean, then you can really follow the pattern. But by that point, you have such a consolidated map publishing market, so only one or two big houses really run everything. At the same time, you have small map printers everywhere because the local demand for local maps is very high, and no one in Philadelphia would be publishing a map for Western Pennsylvania towns, right? I mean, then you better have your own printer there.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question regarding school wall maps. So I'm interested in, because in Germany in the 19th century, there was a big discourse about so-called distant view effect in Germany, Fernwirkung. So cartographers tried to make cartographic informations of wall maps viewable over distance. So that was a quite complicated process. So how was the situation in the US? Did they take the same wall maps as they took in offices or at home in the schools, or was it different from those maps? And this discourse about distance view effect, does it happen also in the US?
Yes, it's actually, that's a great question. That definitely became a discussion point in pedagogic journals that were just coming out in the 1840s and 50s. And you see actually map orders where the school superintendent is requesting maps that would be legible, not visible, but legible across the room. So that as I'm standing here in front, I could see the map in the back and still know what I'm looking at. So the publishers adjusted to that, and they have it basically ever since John Mellish in the late 1810s. He instantly recognized that as a market niche, and so he started publishing school maps explicitly devoted as wall hangings and made to be designed so that you could actually do this distance viewing, and therefore you just only get the basic outlines. Right? So this is the era of outline maps, as they called it. And those came, and that's what I find fascinating again, is these are wall maps, but they were designed as multiples from the get-go. So do I flip them like flip charts, or do I have them as like window shades where I can pull them down? I showed you this one example. So where they re-experimented with, okay, I need 5 versions of Europe showing different outlines, right? But how do I show this rapidly, right? And so we are, yeah, but you're totally right. So but for the American context, it begins in the 1840s, 50s, that map publishers really specialize in designing maps purposefully so that they're legible, whatever, and the information, of course, is only basic at that point from a great distance. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, thank you for a wonderful presentation. I was wondering, because you showed mostly maps which were like a complete picture all seen together, and but some of them, they were compositions of different parts of the world, of different, for example, I noticed Brazil, of course, and there was Brazil and Chile. And so what can you say about composing pictures from different countries?
On the same map.
On the same map. Is it very common, or is it?
They would have had map sheets that would be devoted to Brazil, but they would have not had a map that is a composite where I have, let's say, well, you would have your hemispheric maps, right? And then you would have, but they would have been, in the American context, I found that they really would emphasize national identity. So national maps would be privileged in that sense. So if I come back to the Tanner Atlas, which was like the first family atlas / school atlas / I would put it in my hotel even as like a display object. And he purposefully, he's designed it so that you could swap out map sheets so that as they get updated and modernized. He basically just focused on individual states within the United States, then the national outline, and then you'd have like a random selection of like the map of Greece, the map of Germany, the map of England, but that's it. And it was totally haphazard. There was no, so for me as a historical geographer, what is fascinating is there's never an emphasis on the totality of the world, right? So that, which the way I was trained as a German studying geography in Germany, well, the outlook is always holistic, right? We're trying to figure out, and this goes back to, who's the philosopher, explorer? Anyways, yeah, so it starts in 1800, right? So that's what that we're doing this. Yeah. The only other time where I feel like where they really start experimenting with visual components is when they have access to engravings that showcase natural wonders or costumes and customs and traditions, as they called it. And then you would find with lithography, it became very easy to swap in and out images and I edit a map in real time almost. So by the 1850s, 1860s, certainly by the 1880s, then suddenly you have map-like constructs that look really like kaleidoscopes, where you have all kinds of images built into the map itself. But those would be custom ordered. They would, I mean, the school map would not do that because you can't do distance viewing with a very minute, detailed inset, right? So that would be more like an atlas design.
Okay, shall we wrap it up, or do you still have a question? Okay.
Okay, so I think like for now we can end, because like, and keep your ideas, we will develop them during these 2 days. Thank you very much, Martin. It was excellent presentation. And yes, some practical information now from
Thank you, Martin, for your speech. Quite interesting, very interesting for our opening. Thank you so much. Thank you all for the discussion, the question. And now at 12:30, we go upstairs to, in 10 minutes, I think, we go upstairs to light lunch. The toilet are outside, practical information, and we can use this time to ice breaking to ourselves. And then I ask you a favor, a great favor. We have to take a picture of us today or tomorrow, maybe also now, in front of some wall map. Yeah, we can try, but or in front of a great panorama upstairs. I think it's fantastic too. Just a spoiler, tomorrow Mirko say something about it. You have a wall map, a fragmented wall map around you is the great chart of Italy in frames you have here. No, another important practical information. On Friday, out of our workshop days, there is a local transport strike in Rome. So there could be some problem about it. A strike, a local transport in Rome all day. No, just in town, from Roma Termini station or other station, train to airport and buses to airports will go. They will be not affected by the strike. Okay. Okay. if you have any question, let's see, refer to me. So.
I will use the privilege of organizer to promote another event. As you probably know, there will be ICHC, so the International Conference on the History of Cartography, next year in Prague and Brno. So please think about the possible submission. The leaflets are there in the next room, and the call for papers is already now on till the mid-November. So, and there is also the possibility to submit a panel. So if you have a very good idea about some interesting panel, why not about wall maps? So let's discuss it together. I will definitely not submit a paper, but think about a wall maps session. Maybe it might be interesting or not. Martin. Okay, so if you have any question, I'm also here at your disposal. And
no, I think that's it. I think we just, I'm not an organizer, but I think, thank you, Martin, for this wonderful introduction and kick off for the workshop. Okay, so welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the break. And now we are going to start with our first session, which is titled Unrolling the World. And we will start with a paper by Giovanni Donadelli, Chiara Galanti, Giada Peterle, and Mauro Varotto. But Chiara Galanti will be the speaker today. So the floor is yours. And just some general information before we start. We have 20 minutes for each paper, and then afterwards a 10-minute discussion. So I would appreciate if you would stick to the time, and I will also give you a sign. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. So, of course, I am Chiara Galanti. I am the curator of the Museum of Geography at the University of Padua. And I am speaking on behalf of the whole museum team, which also includes the other curator, Giovanni Donadelli, the museum director, Professor Giada Peterle, and the former director, currently rector's delegate for the university museums, Professor Mauro Varotto. The other members, unfortunately, cannot be here today, but they join me in thanking the organizing committee for giving us the opportunity to engage with the international community on a topic of absolute interest, which is often, as we all know, neglected. And I would also like to thank again Professor Buchner for his amazing and inspiring keynote speech. So really, thank you. As you can see, our presentation has quite a long title, which forced us to omit some contextual information that, while probably is familiar to our Italian colleagues, may not be as well known to our international audience. So I will briefly recall it here. So at the University of Padua, a museum of geography was established in 2019. It's quite new. And its heritage consists of the material, although the materials, the objects, the instruments that for over 150 years were used to teach and conduct research in geography at the University of Padua. Through this heritage, however, the museum does not only aim to tell the story of geography at the University of Padua. Of course, starting from that story, it seeks to engage the public with a series of contemporary issues that reveal the importance of geography in understanding the present and shaping the future. Our collection of wall maps should be somehow understood within this context. The title of our presentation, Windows in the Wall Between Conservation, History of Geography and Creative Approaches, is in fact an ideal and evocative response to the question, how does the Museum of Geography at the University of Padua engage with wall maps? This talk will provide you a general overview of what we have done and are doing with our wall maps. Our interaction with wall maps has developed along two main lines. One is research, and the other one is preservation and enhancement, of course. Research has so far followed the traditional, more traditional, let's say, path of the history of academic geography and the more innovative direction of mobility studies. I mean, we tried to look at our wall maps also from the perspective of mobility studies. What encouraged us to move in this direction is that the department hosting the museum, which is a department of history, geography, and the ancient world at the University of Padua, of course, is also home to the Center for Advanced Studies in Mobility and the Humanities, or MOHU, more briefly. On the other hand, we have dealt with the preservation and enhancement of wall maps, which we will explore through several approaches. Of course, the digitization, wall maps within the museum, so diverse use of the wall maps within the museum, and a project or a dream we hope will soon become reality. That is the ARCA project. So research began in the form of an initial survey and census at the very beginning of the museum project in order to answer the basic questions: how many and what kinds of wall maps do we have? What themes do they cover? What do they tell us about the geography taught at the university at its very beginning? I mean, the beginning of the chair of geography and the cabinet of geography. That was 1872, but there was a sort of pre-start around 1855 to 1858. So let's start from that date, 1855. This research, along with studies on other sections of the collection, so not only wall maps, but it was a more general study on the heritage, was the focus of a doctoral dissertation. You may consult, it's open access, and that was actually my PhD research. Here, of course, we cannot go into its full results, but we will share a few key data and reflections. First, the scope. We have 310 wall maps, 118 of which were acquired between 1855 and 1948. Second, their didactic importance. They were, of course, an indispensable teaching aid, the first acquired and the most symbolic one. Symbolic in the sense that when the professors needed to say that they didn't have enough aids, they didn't have enough material sustained to their lessons, they would say, we don't have single wall maps. They don't talk about globes, they don't talk about photographs. Well, that's a bit maybe a bit earlier, around 1850, but they don't talk about relief models, they talk about wall maps. For example, Giuseppe Dalla Vedova, in this letter that wrote in 1871 to the director of the Faculty of Philosophy, wrote, "In teaching geography, it is impossible to proceed without the help of wall maps and other teaching aids, of which this Royal University and its library are entirely lacking." So not only in schools, as discussed in the educational sections of contemporary geographic congresses, but also in higher education, geography teaching relied on visual aids and especially on wall maps. The wall map could serve as a tool inviting a more critical and reflective and perhaps even imaginative approach to geography. That is what we understand from the debate. Furthermore, the study of wall maps integrated with more traditional sources, such as yearbooks and university archives, helps reconstruct the contents of early geography courses at the dawn of their institutionalization in the universities. In the case of Padua, the subjects can be traced through the changing courses title: physical geography, history of ancient geography, the year after, and then ancient and modern geography, and then general geography, and then for a semester, maybe cartographic exercises. This attempt to cover all branches of the discipline is reflected in the variety of themes represented in the maps acquired. A complex situation clearly emerges. In fact, within a single course, the professor was required to teach geography both to students from the humanities faculty, future teachers of history and geography, and to students from the natural sciences. This situation created considerable difficulties and frustrations, which clearly emerge from the letters that Professor Giovanni Marinelli wrote to the Ministry of Education, requesting that the course be divided into two separate ones: a course of general geography and a course of physical geography, one of the faculty of humanities, let's say, and one of the faculty of natural sciences. Clearly, the minister did not fully grasp the complexity and multidimensional nature of geography as a discipline, but finally, in 1892, the professor obtained authorization to establish two distinct courses, although it came too late, as in that same year, Professor Giovanni Marinelli moved to Florence, and the position remained vacant for about 10 years. This change naturally led to a simplification of the curricula. On one side, human and historical geography, on the other, physical geography, but also of the types of wall maps acquired, which gradually became more specialized within these two domains. Okay, here is a quick overview that shows the maps acquired over time by a different professor, before and after the course division. I put 1903 on the slide, of course, because that is the date when a chair of physical geography was finally established and had a professor dedicated who started acquiring visual aids and instruments, etc. So it's not easy from here. But maybe it can be of some interest. That's why I tried also to put an exhibition of some of the maps that were acquired at the beginning. So you can see there are so many different, whoops, no, what did I do? Okay, sorry. So let's say political geography, historical geography, ethnography, physical geography, and also mathematical geography. This is not a wall map, but of course it gives an idea of the really huge number of areas of geographies that were covered by one single professor and one single course, sometimes divided into semesters. Let's go on. Here you can see, oh, I didn't get the color right here. Problem, but this had to be the same color as this. But of course, these are the maps acquired by the Physical Geography Institute, and these are those acquired by the philosophical, the general geography or human geography cabinet. Once again, I'll try to show, of course, these are examples of what was bought by the physical geographers, and here we are in the domain of human geography. So they start to get to be specialized here in commerce, ethnography. Of course, this is Vidal de la Blache, so this is more about the art of teaching geography that was also a part of the program in historical, in human geography. So, as anticipated, another line of research involving wall maps used Justus Pertus wall map, a wall map of Africa from the early 1900s. It was acquired in 1911 as a probe for exploring the intersection between museum heritage and mobility studies. We first considered the provenance of the items, but then went further, tracing the commodity chain of the map's material components, those that Professor pointed out this morning. So it was so interesting. Actually, it was really complicated, and we focused in the end only on black lithographic ink. The black lithographic ink most used in Gotha in 1904 came from Le Mercier's lithographic printing house in Paris, whose ingredients included yellow wax, tallow, white Marseille soap, shellac, and lamp black. I'll try to translate it into Italian because these are words not very common. Maybe the Latin speakers could understand it. So, of course, yellow wax, cera gialla, tallow, sego, white Marseille soap, ok, sapone di Marsiglia, bianco, shellac è lacca, gomma lacca, e lamp black è nero fumo. Tracing this ink branch leads us to several origins. Tallow, wax, tallow, and lamp black came from various regions of France, so they came from local areas. Soap, the soap came from Marseille, of course, but it was made with vegetable oils that by then came not only from Italy and Greece, that is the case, sorry, this is white soap. The olive oil came from Italy and Greece, but it was also made at the beginning of the 20th century by other kinds of oil, like peanut oil, coming from the west coast of Africa and from India, and also with cotton oil, that came from the USA. And also shellac takes us very far. because it was made from the secretion of the lac insect in Southeast Asia. So as you can see, even just the ink branch of this investigation on the commodity chain reaches almost every continent. Looking at this through a contemporary lens raises several questions about the global provenience of a wall map's material components, suggesting rich narrative and meta-narrative implications related to the environmental and social sustainability, a theme that plays a central role in the museum's general narrative. So this was just a very general overview on what we've been doing within the field of research. We've just started, so it's we would like to have time and to engage more in the study of wall maps, but of course I'm pretty sure that at the end of this workshop there will be a huge amount of yes, we will be stimulated in researching again within the field, fascinating field of wall maps. But now it's time to talk about preservation and enhancement, and I believe we all agree that the digitization of wall maps is a crucial step for both digitizing a map, of course, everybody knows that, means reducing the need to remove it from its drawer or to unroll it, action that always involves some physical stress, especially on such large and delicate objects. But digitizing a map also means giving it the opportunity to be seen and appreciated by many more people. We have digitized the oldest core of our collection and are uploading the maps onto the university's platform FAIDA, which can send the accessibility of the collection from PC. We also plan to include them in other digital university tools currently used for traditional cartography, like WebGIS, like, for example, mapfly.it, that maybe someone has already seen and tried. For digitization, we benefited from the invaluable assistance of colleagues from the Science Hub Library, who have been working on restoration and enhancement projects of their wall charts since 2010. So this was a very good situation, not very common, that we could lean on for our needs. Within this project in 2016, they acquired a custom-designed flatbed scanner, manageable even by non-experts, which we continue to use today, even if it's 10 years old. And I have just put some technical specifications on the slide in case you are into technical aspects. You can have an idea of our scanner, and there's also a link in the slide to a brief video that explains what actually the library did with the scanner and does, but that was made a few years ago. And then how do wall maps enter the museum? Of course, a museum of geography is a very small museum. So it has limited spaces, and we know that wall maps are very big. It also focuses on very specific topics, and that has influenced the selection of items that are displayed, and also the way we display wall maps within the museum. Digitization has greatly expanded this possibility, often in creative ways. some maps, okay, this is not a wall map, but it's part of a wall atlas, appear directly in the museum display. For example, this one introduces the theme of landscape within the museum. In other cases, map details are used to support exhibition narratives. For example, the Köppen-Geiger climate map, or some details of it, support the explanation of the theme of climate change. The full map also serves as a basis for a sort of digital interactive game on a screen, on a touch screen. Maps can also be explored through a digital display dedicated to all collections, including those not on exhibit. Sometimes other creative maps are hung on the walls. So we have created maps with the help of artists, or using maps, digitized maps in a very unusual way. This is a topographical map of Padua that was used for creating a world map, and that is whose aim is to be evocative of issues concerning global and local. So we can discuss with the classes that come. Our public is mainly made of school students, not only, but mainly. Digital versions of the wall maps also appear in some teaching rooms, thematically arranged. We have a Africa room, Alps room. These are areas that have been often studied by our geographers. In this case, wall maps are finally free from conservation concerns such as excessive light or temperature fluctuations. But, and I'm ending with this last slide, are we condemned to give up materiality? Of course, we hope not. Therefore, the ARCA project is currently underway, involving all the University of Padua's museum storage areas in a new open deposit initiative. This will allow for new ways of interacting with wall maps, exhibition, educational activities, and also interactions with other kinds of objects, and much more. This is, of course, as I don't have a rendering, we're working on it. So this photo is made with artificial intelligence, of course. We are confident that wall maps will keep finding new ways to speak to us. And so thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much for this deep dive into the composition of colors and also into ways of digitizing and presenting these wall maps. So now we will have 10 minutes for discussion. So the floor is open for any questions.
Yeah, thank you. It was very interesting. I was imagining, because in our university there was a geographical museum. Well, when it started teaching geography in the late 19th century, but you decided to create a new museum now. So how did you get to do it, and what's the secret?
I think we were very lucky because actually the university was going towards its 800th anniversary, and so there was attention to history of the university, and that is, I think, the key ingredient of this experience. Of course, there was attention to the project. The universities in Italy, at least, are working a lot in the direction of public engagement. So the so-called third mission. So there was also attention in this sense. I must say that the professors that were developing the project were also very good in diplomacy, and they were able to move because I know sometimes we just look back and say, oh gosh, we did it. How did we? So we have colleagues that there's a group that here in Italy that here in this room, there are several exponents of different universities that work on geographical heritage, but the perspective of creating a museum of geography in our exchange is very difficult for some of them. But apart from Sapienza, who also has a museum of geography. So yes, it was as often happens, there were a lot of ingredients behind this behind this success. But actually, we have a lot of visitors. Schools come continuously, so there's a need for, and they usually say, you don't display enough maps, annual maps. So we take note of their, of course, of their feedbacks, and we, in our, hopefully, we can get some more space, and we want to introduce more maps, the annual maps, in the future. Also material, not only digital ones.
Thank you for a lovely presentation, and congratulations. I'm curious whether I'm really interested in that you were able to turn an argument that some places are making that these are not unique, one-of-a-kind objects, therefore they're expensive, why should we keep them, someone else has them, into an opportunity to say, but there are history, even if they're representing other parts of the world. So I'm just curious how much pressure you have from outside the institution to make choices about your collection, or if you're fully supported in retaining and potentially even growing it.
No, we were quite we were lucky also, and from this point of view, we are entrusted by support. Let's say all the geography section of our department is very involved with this museum. I think more than this happens with other museums, they encourage students to do their internship in our museum, but they also in their project, they involve the museum spaces, and of course we reflect together with them about what we could improve. There are things that seem already that have to be changed from different point of view, and this continuous confrontation with the researchers, the scholars, is very useful and stimulating. For example, there's not enough from the point of view of gender studies, female geographers aren't enough represented, so we want to work in this direction. That is, of course, one of the scientific area of study of some of our geographers. So I must say that we are free and I wouldn't say we were, pressed in any way in this.
Thank you so much for a great presentation. I really enjoyed the way in which you've called attention to the way in which our collections are built. So we didn't really pay attention to, I mean, the archives I mentioned, it's all about comprehensivity. I mean, being as comprehensive as possible. But in your case, it's the institutional memory, and you had these individuals who started acquiring maps. So suddenly acquisition history and your collection actually makes so much more sense, which is fascinating to kind of think about. My question, though, is actually more about the materiality of maps, as you can imagine. I was curious to learn from you, why did you abandon pursuing the paper history? It sounded like you hit a wall somewhere. You said it was complex, but I mean, because I thought, oh, unpacking the paints, that's tricky too. Oh, the inks, I should say. So I'm curious to hear, why not go after the paper?
Well, actually, probably because the sources that we found, I mean, that it's just a little research within a chapter of a book that deals with mobility and museum and geography museum from different point of view. So we had really had a short, it's like one page for dealing with this theme that was absolutely the most fascinating at the end of the whole chapter. So we were so happy. It was difficult for us. We're not economic historians, so we have to ask a little bit our colleagues. It was of absolute interest, this thing of the. So at the beginning, we wanted to follow all branches, and then we discovered, of course, we started with ink because it was easier for us to find information about the composition of lithographic ink. So it was probably the straightest way, but it would really be interesting. I would like to continue the research also in different, and also Professor Berto. Of course, there's I forgot to show you the last. Here you can have the title of the it's this one. No, sorry, it's this one. Beyond the Mobility of Museum Pieces, Variation on Mobility. So there are different, the idea was to enter different paths, but with no, we don't pretend to be exhaustive about things. But paper, I will get your suggestion, and will certainly be the next one.
All right. Are there any more questions? Otherwise, I would say we continue to our next speaker. And thank you so much once again for this wonderful talk. Okay, so next on our list is also a joint paper by Riccardo Mori, Sandra Leonardi, and Carlotta Biari, and they are all from the Museo della Geografica from the Sapienza University of Rome. And it will be also only one speaker this time as well. And the title of their talk is Warm-ups as an Archive of Disputed Territories.
Slightly changed.
Okay, the title changed as an archive of didactic tools in disputed territories. So
I like
the
to
floor
surprise
is yours.
people.
So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Carlotta Bilardi, and I am here on the behalf of Professor Riccardo Mori and Professoressa Sandra Leonardi. We're from the Museum of Geography in Sapienza, which is newly born, so it's just a baby now. And I would like to thank you all on the behalf also of my professors to have given us the chance to be here in this work between Roman universities that aims to reunifying a scattered heritage, which is the one of the geography and the cartography of the universities of Roman Italy. And today I will talk about briefly about the heritage we have on our museum, because some of my colleagues will talk about it later. But I would like to show you the works we're doing in the involvement of this heritage inside the didactic. So, of course, I will start briefly by saying that mural maps are very important, even if nowadays they're mainly being left aside for the technological tools, but they are very important because they are what Domenico Gianni Trapani considered to be the first and maybe only tool that is able to give students a geographical eye, because they are standing in the wall. Mainly, even when we were kids, we wouldn't notice them. I mean, they were just on the background of a room, but whenever someone was talking in other disciplines like history or literature, we would always be able to, turn our head and check where we were located with our studies. So they are fundamental to give the students the ability to start to learn how to locate themselves and others in the world, so spatially. And so they are something that has to be used and has to be prevented and valued. Inside our university, we have many geographical instruments and tools, not only wall maps, because we were the first Roman university, and we were the first one to start to promote a didactic that was made by people who wanted it to be something active. So they promoted the learning by doing, and Professor Dalla Vedova, who has been already mentioned, when he came in Rome, he started to collect a lot of tools, such as maps, or also practical tools of geography, like tellarium and stuff like that, so that students could actively learn about geography by doing something, by using the instruments of the geographicness. So we have a lot of patrimony in our university, which are this 1,000 maps, 200 mural maps, 129 plastics, 5,000 glass plates that we're still studying, 5 globes from the end of the 19th century, and several atlases from all over the world. So now we are engaged in a very hard work of recollecting all of this material, understanding what we're talking about, and studying about it. And we do so merging didactic and research. So we use still today these tools in our didactic activities. We work with university students, but also with school students, mainly kids also. We have all of these mural maps collected inside a wall cabinet that was already in the university, and we found all of those maps and we divided them in 3 sections. I will briefly talk about it because Anya will say about it later. So we have the planispheres and the non-European continents, the maps of Europe, and a miscellany, which we thought was something casually collected, but the miscellany has the most ancient maps. And among these maps, we have found a lot of schoolroom maps. We're still studying them, so I won't have a lot to tell you about it, but we've noticed that many of those were produced by this publishing house, which is George Philip and Son. That's an English publishing house. Many of the maps that we have in our museum were not published in Italy, of course, because those that belong to the end of the 19th century were mainly published outside of Italy, because Italy started to create their own identity in publishing maps during the 20th century. So many maps that we have are from London and from Germany, which were the main houses during the 19th century. Among all of these school maps that were used in the project of creating a house of geography that Almagià and Dalla Vedova were pursuing in University La Sapienza, because they wanted to create the section of geography with the corridor. They wanted it to be already a museum. They wanted students to get inside of the corridor of the university and find themselves, inside the geography. They wanted to create a path that would show the evolution of the discipline and of the history of cartography. So they hanged a lot of maps on the wall so that students could be there, look at them and say, what is it? And get interested in it and get curious about it. So the idea was to create a house of geography, la casa della geografia, inside of the university walls. Among these other maps, we have some kind of maps that were not produced for schoolrooms, but are mural maps that show the change of the world. So they are a product of the history for studying history of cartography and the history of the world. So we can use them to recreate what occurred in the world during time. And we also think that they were used as a tool for the books of descriptive geography that were produced during those times. For example, we have found this map of Palestine that was in our university, and then we found the book that Almagià wrote about Palestine. So the book, I read it, and it's mainly a morphologic description of the land. And we found the map. So probably they used to combine the study of the books with the study of the maps. Inside of the book, there are also other maps. Then we have some maps from with anthropological purposes, just like the Carta dell'Indice Cefalico. We had found it. It's the map of the cephalic index made by a doctor, Dr. Ridolfo Livi. The Harta Romaniei from 1932, which is a map that was published in Romania and is in Romanian. And we also have a lot of maps produced during the Soviet Union that show the change that occurred in the borders. And so they are useful for students in order to understand what was happening during those times. Like they study them on the books and then they can actually see through maps what was going on. And we also show them when we make some workshops in laboratory, and we show them also maps produced like in China. We found a mural map from China, and it's in Chinese with the different orientation. And they are always like very interested in that, because usually we are able to think that the point of view that we have in our maps is the real point of view, but maps are subjective products. So they get interested in that by seeing that every production of map changes according to where they were produced. And then we have some maps from Italy made by the Istituto Geografico Militare, the IGM, and l'Istituto Geografico de Agostini from the 20th century. So these maps, as we said, produce great support for the studying of other disciplines. And the question that we are asking, which is something that we are starting to do in our university, is can we consider as mural maps and introduce them inside a didactic activities, the mural cycles? So are painted maps, mural maps, can they be considered inside of this group? So we are trying to let students approach to this kind of cartography, which has always mainly been considered as something artistic. So they've always been studied under an artistic point of view. We are starting to study them under a geographic point of view, and we are letting the students approach to this kind of maps. So what we have been trying to do during lessons lately is this map is part of the mural cycle in Palazzo Farnese at Caprarola. I don't know if any of you know about it, of course. What we're doing when we explain about the meanings that these maps were having, which of course are geopolitical meanings and strategic meanings, we let them have a moment of, interaction with us, which is guessing what personification is which country. And by doing this, they have to look at the pictures and observing them. So it's an active action of observation. and try to understand by a critic reasonment what kind of continent they represent. So this is something that we want them to do in order to think about the history of these continents. And by reasoning about it, they could understand what kind of land or territory they represent. So it's kind of like something that we hope is going to involve many different areas of studies and many different reasonments. And so try to understand also even the identity of these places. And so they mainly get them wrong, especially this one, which they always say that it's Africa, but it's America, because they never look at the other details. Because if you look at here, I don't know how big it is, you can see a part of the world which shows the USA, but they mainly, and this is Africa, and it has an elephant on the head, and also different elements that connect to the territory, but they just give a superficial look at it, and they just say, okay, that's Africa, that's that, and they always get them wrong. And so when we talk with them and we try to go and analyze the little details, like Europe holding the globe and the Asia that was starting to discover the exploration of the seas, and then they say, yeah, it's true. So it's kind of like an exercise that I can make to, go deep and try to think about these territories connecting to what they studied on the books of history. Another example of this is given by this one, which is Palazzo dell'Aeronautica, which is in Rome. I don't know if any of you has had the chance to visit it, which is very hard to access, but we are working together with university and the Palazzo to make some didactic activities. And so we brought many students in here, and there are 6 rooms decorated with maps, with mural maps, and they are perfect in order to let kids understand about the colonialism and the history of acquisition, but they are a great tool in order to understand the real function of the map. So to understand that the map is not something that is objective and it's not something that is neutral. And we give them some suggestions about how to look at these maps and how to read them. So how to really get to the meaning of it and to read the what's missing, why some informations are missing, why some informations are in there without having to be there. For example, there is a room that's called the Room of Italy, La Sala Italia, which presents many maps from Italy. And with these regions and territories, we have Corsica, which is not from Italy. So we bring them there and we let them just explore what they were looking at and try to understand the meaning of those maps and why those maps were used in that way and how is it possible to use map in those ways. And so we are trying just to, let them sink into the real power of maps with these mural maps of printed cycles. So I will go to the conclusion. So the value of wall maps is immense and great and is irreplaceable. So we have to preserve even the ones that we don't use anymore, because even in our university, we have a lot of instruments that were not well conserved and they are broken because they used to use it to teach people. When they were obsolete, they would neglect them and throw them in a room. But no, because they tell the history of the discipline, they tell the history of geography, of the world, and of us, of who we are and how we got there. So it's important to preserve these instruments and these things. And they are a bridge to geography and all of the other disciplines, because they create a link to it, as we saw. We know history, we know we're talking about the lens and the changement that occurs in the world, but where are these things going on? And through the map, we can see it. And even in a world where digital information is getting even always more and more important, we have to keep these paper or mural maps with us in order to use them as real sources and documents of what we're doing. So thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you for this wonderful talk. Floor is open for questions, and there's already one by Arturo.
Thank you, Dominic. Thank you, Carlotta.
Thank you.
One I think after your intervention and the before from where is Chiara, we can highlight 2 points. One, the mobility of the people involved in the collection, in the study, the analysis of the maps, or just to create some collection. For example, you mentioned, and Chiara too, Dalla Vedova, that was a great geographer for Italian geography, and also for this kind of particular map. This conference room is entitled to Dalla Vedova, just to know. And first one, the mobility, the role of the people involved. Then the mobility of the maps, of the of the maps of the because of the tools of everything we are talking about. For example, from the Istituto di Magistero of Sapienza was born a part of Roma Tre University, and some of the maps we collect in our lab are from Sapienza University, and we find the same catalog, the same stamp, the same marker on the maps that connect our maps to yours. So study the trajectories of people, of maps. I think it could be one of fil rouge that we can use. Just this consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, as I said when I began, I think that this could be great as a starting point from a common project between Roman universities in order to reunifying and reconstruct the scattered heritage that we're dealing with every day.
Okay, any more questions? Otherwise, I would have like 2 short questions. You mentioned these glass plates. Can you tell us more about these glass plates? And also you mentioned there are maps from the military institute, wall maps from the military institute.
We have many maps from the military institutes, and we use them in class to let students calculate coordinates.
Okay, because this was my question. What kind of wall maps are these maps from the military institute?
They are war maps. And so we asked them also to reconstruct the territory, and see, that's important because through these maps, you can actually see the signs, the symbols that are used that have a meaning that is not neutral. So through the maps, they can understand also this function of the map. But the plates, the glass plates are pictures, because as Professor Gallia was saying, there was a lot of mobility during this time. So many of the geography professors from many universities would go around and actively, like another professor we had said, Gino De Vecchis, the geography is made with feet. So they would go and study territories and they would take a lot of pictures. And so we found all of these glass plates that were meant to be used during lessons. So we have even a lot of old photographic machines. So they used to take pictures of the landscapes and territories and places, and they used to show them to the students in order to see how the territory was morphologically built, how it changed through times, the symbolism of, the landscapes, because landscape is what we see and also what. So they used to show this through this. We're working on the glass plates. Professoressa Leonardi is working on it. She started to write something lately. One book came out this year. It was published this year about the plates that are showing a lot of interesting things.
Yeah, thank you. Just a short comment on that, because I was interested because there's also this practice of transferring maps onto these glass plates, and then you can, instead of having like these huge wall maps, you just have these small glass plates and you can project them on the wall. That's why I was asking. Okay.
That is going to be hard, I think. I don't know how technically someone could do that, but it's a great idea.
Thank you for the great lecture presentation. I have very quick question for this mural maps, which are fascinating. And as you mentioned, they are hardly accessible, especially those in some specific buildings.
Yeah.
And do you have some plan, at least, for example, for Rome, to somehow digitize these murals and access them somehow for the people? Because I think it might be great also for the scholars to have this material at disposal.
Some of these maps are online, can be seen online. Some no, but to try to digitalize them, I don't have the skills, but we were talking about it. I mean, we are starting to do a mapping project. So like creating some, because mainly they are just not considered. So there are a lot of these, but no one knows about it because they are just, considered as some Renaissance decoration. And so it's not considered as a geographical patrimony. But we are trying to map them for now for the region of Lazio. So which place has on the inside some of geographical maps, and try to create some sort of path of a didactic museum path to connect all of these places. About digitalizing them, I hope one day we'll be able to. I have no skill about technological stuff, but we are discussing it together with my professors at the university. So I hope one day we'll be able to do it. Even, I mean, for some of them, it's easy to access, like Caprarola is a museum, so everyone could go. But for example, for the Palazzo dell'Aeronautica, the idea is to arrive to do something like that in order to let people even who cannot go, because sometimes they open it, but it's like one day in 1 year. So we would like to do something like that in order to give people the chance to study these maps. Thank you.
Okay, are there any further questions? Otherwise, if there are no further questions, I say thank you once again for this talk. And we will proceed to a final speaker, who is Philipp Meyer from the Leibniz Institute for Regional Geography in Leipzig. I think that's the correct English designation, if I'm not mistaken. And we will just put up the presentation. And he will speak on the Earth as walls dimensions of a wall map collection. And we're very happy that you're here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay, first, I want to thank the organizers for accepting my abstract and for inviting me here. It's really great to present our wall map collection here, and yeah, to spend some time in this great city. So today I would first like to present the wall map collection of the Institute for Regional Geography in Leipzig, where I am working in the library. Before then, saying a few words about wall maps in Germany very shortly, and in particular about wall maps after 1945 in Eastern and Western Germany, although I can only touch on this briefly today. So the Leipzig Institute for Regional Geography in Leipzig is the only non-university research institute in Germany in the field of human geography. It has had an eventful history over 5 different political systems, dating back to its founding in 1896 as the Department of Comparative Regional Geography, so as part of a museum, as the Grassi Museum for Ethnology, Völkerkunde in Leipzig. And there it built this department, in German, the Abteilung für vergleichende Länderkunde. So you can see the old building of the Grassi Museum of Ethnology in Leipzig. It's the city library today, and there it has its original place when it was founded. So as such, the Institute's collections also reflect the relationship between geographical research and politics from the late 19th century to the present day. The Institute now is placed more at the outskirts of Leipzig, but is expected to move into the city center again because there's a new building which is created at the moment. And in 2027, we will be back. Here you can see in the middle the new building here. And you can see here the old Grassi Museum, which I showed you before. So somehow we will be going back to our origins, to our original place. So for this reason, also the preserved collections are once again coming into focus. And the Institute has its own library specialized in geography with around 300,000 of volumes, 150,000 picture postcards, and around 60,000 maps, of which around 20,000 have been digitized, and you can access them via our catalog. And in addition, the Archive for Geography, an internationally known institution for the archival preservation of geography, is also part of the Institute. The library collection consists of 1,162 wall maps, which all have been digitized and are available online, which is a quite impressive amount for the German-speaking countries. And I will try to show you how to access them. I will try to go to the internet and showing you our catalog and the wall map collection. Let's see if it's working. Yeah, okay, so can go also in English. You have a small description of the, it's a bit slow, I think, of the collection, and then you can go click here and go directly to the collection and access the wall maps or the digitized wall maps. And you have some subject headings here and different categories. So you have all kinds of wall maps, for example, Central Europe. And then you can go here and download them also. So just to show you how to get there. Okay. So how did this remarkable number of wall maps find its way into our library? To answer this question, I will take a small detour and take a very brief look at the history of wall maps in Germany. They have been documented since the early modern period, but in the course of the 19th century, the introduction of a visual design that based on didactic principles and the invention of, as we heard this morning, invention of lithography, which was groundbreaking for map production and reception in general, as you all know, created an educational mass medium that opened up the world for generations of school children in the form of very big, sometimes wall-like static screens made of canvas, which represented in total as a collection a universe of possible worlds. For example, as you can see here, as nations, as ethnical units, or as an ethnical body, this is an ethnological map from 1970 from Justus Perthes, or for example, as in the Near East, as a holy landscape, as you can see here, or the reconstruction of old Rome, as you can see here. So all these maps are from our collection, just to show you the wide range of possible worlds which are represented by wall maps. So the school wall map had thus evolved from a simple enlarged map on the wall into an independent medium that very efficiently created specific worldviews. For example, the concept of continents, which is still very powerful today. And an important innovation of the 19th century were the invention of wall atlases. So series of wall maps which are which are organized according to the principles of atlases. So there were historical, physical, and geographical wall atlases. So the core features of school wall maps since the 19th century were the size, of course. They were sometimes very big. They had different formats, and B, the conscious and sometimes extensive use of colors and font sizes, the very strong generalization of mountain chains, rivers, and borders, which puts the emphasis on the most important features, but more details were to be seen directly in front of the map. So there's also a spatial dimension in working with wall maps in practice in the classroom. And all these features have resulted in a so-called distance view effect, Fernwirkung, so that also the pupils which were sitting behind in the classroom could receive the most important features of the depicted regions and countries. Often when wall maps were made in a good way, they had excellent clarity and vividness, Anschaulichkeit in German, which made wall maps particularly interesting for the educational practice of comparative seeing. So often the practice in classrooms were putting different wall maps together and showing them together, that different topics could be received via a comparative seeing. For example, I have found an advertise from Justus Perthes Publishing House in Gotha, and this advertise was from the end of the First World War, after the Treaty of Versailles was set up. And in this advertisement, it was said that pupils in classrooms have to see 3 wall maps, one with the old borders from before the First World War, then one wall map with the ethnical boundaries, like I showed you here before, and one map with the boundaries after the First World War, to make clear within a comparative seeing that the new borders are not compatible with the ethnical boundaries. So this was a practice which I found is very interesting, that wall maps were combined in teaching different features, so to say. But as we heard also this morning, school wall maps were used as a permanently present spatial image in the classroom, for that the pupils could memorize features of landscapes due to the permanence of seeing the maps. So there were different modes of working with wall maps. And then, of course, also we have this medial dispositive of school atlases, textbooks, and wall maps all together. But often wall maps were the only spatial medium in school, in rural regions, for example, or schools which had the money to buy all different geographical media. So the wall map was really, really influential as a spatial medium. And I can show you here a picture of a classroom from the end of the 19th century, where you have the wall map in the middle as a permanent object, so to say. But also interestingly, you have here on the left side parts of images. So also wall maps were combined with wall images. And I think this is also a practice which is very important, and also combined with hand drawings here. So this is splits up a whole visual dispositive in the classroom, which can treat very different subjects. So all and here you have a painting also with the Holy Land here, Palestine, and the map of Europe, a painting from the end of the 19th century, which also shows the practice of combining different maps and practice of teaching with wall maps. And here's the last picture. This is from the map, the reading room from the map department of the German National Library in 1967. And here you see behind a map of Eastern Germany, of the GDR economic map, which is also present, so to say, present object, permanently present. So all these didactic characteristics led to the fact that for around 150 years, wall maps were a core medium for communicating geographical knowledge. And even today, they still form the backbone of many teaching collections in schools and universities. However, as we heard a few times today, wall maps are gradually disappearing from classrooms. They are increasingly being replaced by interactive whiteboards that display digital maps. For these reasons, wall map collections are now mostly kept in map rooms or are being abandoned altogether. The situation is similar for collections of universities. So occasionally, wall maps end up as so-called vintage for the wall in antique shops or in online shops, where they are highly appreciated as cultural artifacts with great aesthetic value. So the extensive collection of wall maps at the University of Bonn was also dissolved in 2018, but instead of ending up in an antique bookshop or an online shop, it was offered to our library. And we took over this wall map collection, which consisted of around 600 wall maps. And additionally, 350 wall maps were already part of the Institute's collection. And then additionally, 200 maps were taken over from the Technical University of Munich. So in the whole, there are around 1,100 wall maps. And starting in 2023, all these wall maps were digitized in a complex process realized by my colleague Martin Toste, who's responsible for our maps. So wall maps are not easy to digitize, as you know. They are too large and bulky for standard scanners. So it was very interesting to see some special solutions of scanners this morning. And also they often have creases and folds and are by no means flat as other maps, but curved, which leads to further distortions. Basically, wall maps are more three-dimensional objects than flat items. So in addition, there are various conversation difficulties. Some maps are brittle and sometimes literally fall to pieces when unrolled after years or even decades. However, all these facts are additional arguments in favor of a digitization. So the library and Martin Toste decided to digitize the maps using a high-resolution camera, a phase 1 medium format camera. And the advantage of this camera technology is that it allows high-resolution images to be taken in a relatively short time. To do this, a kind of photo studio was set up in the depot of the library. But due to the size, some of the wall maps, approximately 30%, could not be captured in a single photo shot, but required up to 4 partial shots. These then had to be reassembled into a single image using image editing software in a process called stitching. So image editing was also used to correct distortions caused by the camera lens. In German, the term is Objektverzeichnung. So the lens is distorting the images when taken from a certain distance, but you can correct this with software. So in the end, digitizing wall maps requires a great amount of manual work. It's not an automatic process. It's really a complex and very resource-intense process. Finally, geocoordinates were also added using a tool called Bounding Box. And then the digitized images can be accessed within our catalog, as I showed you before. So most of the maps of our collection date from the period after 1950, but the collection goes back to the 19th century. 1/3 of the map collection consists of physical maps, but there are also historical maps, political maps, thematic maps. The diversity of German map publishing houses is reflected within the collection. So there are publishing houses like Justus Perthes and later VEB Hermann Haag during GDR times represented Georg Westermann and Brunswick, Wenschow in Munich, or Liszt and von Bressendorf from Leipzig. Also, various well-known cartographers such as Heinrich Kiepert, Karl Dierke, and Hermann Haag are presented with their maps in the collection. So when we look at the diversity of maps, one central use of wall maps becomes apparent. The practice of comparison, what I already mentioned. What I would be very interested in is to know if that practice of comparison looks like in the digital age right now. Are there lessons with multiple digital whiteboards? Are split screens used? Are there even analog and digital hybrid forms? Or has comparative viewing become less important in the digital age? Is maybe AI increasingly taking over this task for us? Questions also arise with regard to dimensions. After all, what made wall maps so special was their size. They were really large, as you can see here, with a fair presentation of Justus Perthes in 1914. So can whiteboards be that large? And what are the implications of increasingly viewing maps on smartphones rather than atlases and wall maps? So in the end, the world no longer occupies one or more walls, but rather becomes a spy hole with the use of smartphones. So moreover, the representation today is not static, like in wall maps, but changes in real time. So all these questions are part of the changing media conditions and the media history of map reading and map using. So in my last part, I would like to give a short overview of various representations of Germany and Central Europe in German wall maps after 1945, to give an example on how wall maps shaped worldviews and spatial images of regions and countries. As you know, the division of Germany was one of the main outcomes of the Second World War in Europe. And the Federal Republic in the West attempted to build on the democratic traditions of the Weimar Republic without initially delving too deep into recent history. Nevertheless, partly due to the influence of the Cold War, the political direction was clear: alignment with the Western powers and integration into Europe. As part of the Soviet sphere of influence, the GDR, in contrast, was a pseudo-democratic socialist and anti-fascist state that was integrated into the emerging Eastern Bloc and sought to break its ties with Western Germany. These developments were mirrored in the production of wall maps, both in the landscape of publishers. So, for example, the Perthes family went to Western Germany and left Gotha, which is in the eastern part of Germany, and founded a new Perthes publishing house in Darmstadt. So we had then two traditions, one in Gotha in Eastern Germany and one in Western Germany in Darmstadt, of this publishing house. And also these developments were reflected in the worlds created by wall maps itself. So they are fascinating. This is a fascinating example of how diverse, complex, and contradictory the possible worlds on maps can be. So here on the left-hand side, you see a map which was published in 1977. And the question now is that a political map? Because at first glance, it's a physical map that shows the structure and forms of landscape, the German landscape, as its title indicates. So it combines geology and soil information. And yet it is still political because it shows a certain spatial image of Germany that without knowing the historical context appears normal to us from our today's perspective because it corresponds to our viewing habits. So the second question is it a map from Western Germany or Eastern Germany? And you're right, it's a map from Western Germany that shows Germany not as a homogeneous entity, but as a related and connected space. So due to its map section, there are no borders included, and also framed by the title Deutsche Naturlandschaft, so German natural landscape. So the depicted area is not divided by political boundaries and shows the North German lowlands, the low mountain range in the middle, and the Alps in the south. Thus, in the end, a political idea that of a united Germany is conveyed through the backdoor of a physical map, which also allowed comparisons across national borders. By that time, this map was published in the late 1970s, a significant change had already taken place in Western German maps. Because with the signing of the treaties of Warsaw and Moscow in 1970 by the Brandt government, the Federal Republic had finally accepted the borders created after the Second World War and recognized the Oder-Neiße border. Previously, Central Europe looked like this on Western German maps. So this is a blank map, a special map, but interesting are the border depiction here. You have the old borders from 1937 here, and the actual borders here from the GDR in dotted lines. So the map shows the borders of 1937 in bold solid lines, while the actual state borders, and thus also the existence of the GDR, are shown in finer dotted lines, which in the visual language of cartographers denotes a temporary and by no means permanent status of these borders. In other words, for quite a long time, imaginary borders that express the political will to turn back the wheel of history and restore historical borders were placed above the factual borders by law in Western German maps. The opposite was the case for the GDR. Here the aim was to negate the shared history with Western Germany and the shared history of the two German states, in order to leave no doubt about the division and also to increase the legitimacy of the GDR among its own population. The two German states were almost never shown together on a map, in complete contrast to Western German wall maps. So in the 1970s, this went so far that the GDR maps in the GDR were not allowed to be depicted together with the Federal Republic of Germany. So this map shows Western Germany here, and the territory of the GDR is covered by legend and another map. So this is to prevent that the idea of a unified Germany is depicted in one map. So this is quite interesting, I think. That there was really the attempt to hide the GDR when depicting Western Germany. And I found also archival evidence. So there was a whole debate from Eastern German cartographers to hide GDR territory when depicting Western Germany. This is here the case for school atlases, but as I showed you, this was also the case for wall maps. So in the end, this map of Berlin from a Western German publisher, Westermann, was highly political because it showed Berlin as a unified, despite the borders were shown, it shows Berlin as one city and not as a divided city, because in maps from Eastern Germany, Western Berlin was always cut out from the map. So quite normal maps, so to say, or topographical maps, like city maps here, were quite political. And in the end, GDR wall maps increasingly turn its gaze to the east, like here in this map of socialist states of Central Europe. And for our view today, this is quite unusual to see this, to have this map frame. And at the time, it was to show the intense connections of the socialist state from the GDR and Czechoslovakia and Poland to show them as a unified block, so to say. So in today's school atlases, you won't find these kind of maps in German school atlases, but at the time in Eastern Germany, it was a standard map in the school atlases, but also in wall maps. So just to show you some examples of how wall maps created spatial images which changed over time. So as a short conclusion, wall maps are highly valuable cultural resources that shape the imaginations of children and students for over a century. Wall map collections, such as that of our institute, provide an in-depth insight into their diversity and the rich possible worlds of different spatial concepts and images, which can be reconstructed on the basis of these rich collections. The possibilities of digitization are yet only gradually being exploited. However, media transformations do not represent progress in every sense. My impression is that the comparative seeing on walls that represented the world is getting lost with the decline of wall maps. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation, also especially diving into the 20th century way more than all the other talks before. So the floor is open for questions, comments, anything else. So please feel free to.
Thank you very much, Philip. I think it is great work behind that. That this like 1,000 plus collection digitized as cataloged can be used as a reference point for other institutional collection. As what we heard before in the first and the second presentation, we saw that for example, in Italy, they used in the 19th century for the university lectures, they used the majority of German maps. So we can see the huge influence and how the market was very much European and with the biggest influence of the German wall maps cartography. So my question, probably silly question, that do you have in your collection also some foreign maps? Or there were only German and they use for the lectures and for the teaching, they use only the German map because they have them. So did they somehow happen to acquire also the maps from other countries?
Thank you very much for the question. The collection consists also of wall maps from abroad. So there are also wall maps from other countries. I remember from the US, for example. So there are different wall maps from different countries, but the majority is from Germany. It can be that it's because it was a collection of a German university, but as you said, at least in the 19th century, German wall maps were quite influential. And I was shocked is the wrong word, but as I saw the statistics today of the collection of Padua, how dominant German maps were. So I had the impression from the slides then in the 1920s and 1930s, it changed a bit. Then there were, for these times, there were maps from Italy, but before it was, I don't know, estimated 80% German wall maps. So I think it's a complex question why this dominance was there. But in our collection, we have also maps from other countries. Yeah. And therefore also other perspectives and other worldviews, of course. Yeah.
This was a wonderful talk. I wanted to touch based on your digitization problems regarding the stitching at my former library, the Indiana State Lab. We also had the phase 1 system like you had. And like you, we had to stitch. The way we got around dealing with the distortion is instead of changing out the camera back, we integrated a new camera body that has a dial on it. So it actually shifts the back and the lens just by using a dial, so you don't create the distortions. And we were able to do just I think our map limitations were up to about 7 by 7 foot area. We were able to image within that square area. In my lab right now, we actually have a camera just mounted directly to the ceiling 12 feet above the floor. So the wires run from the camera to a computer. So we just lay things out on the floor. And as long as it can fit, we don't have to stitch anything together. We can photograph anything. I think it's like an 8 by 8 foot area will fit into one picture. The new phase 1 camera, which is exorbitantly expensive, but eventually will come down in price, is the 150 megapixel phase 1 camera, which is a beast of a camera. We were able to image details in one shot that you would have to have like your face planted against the map to read. I mean, it was an amazing system. I mean, it's expensive, but you can image a whole map as one shot without stitching in one picture, and the details are just in a different universe. So just for what it's worth.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a short reaction. I think this is really great, because then you can also observe with this a high amount of resolution, you can also observe traces from the users directly on the map, because this is also very interesting. And often the digitizations or the digital versions of maps are not big enough in size to really zoom in to see small traces of you. So, but with that system, it seems to be possible then.
Okay, so there's one question online, so we can just put you up, and I think you can probably already start asking.
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Just go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for your introduction. I'm also from Leipzig. I'm a doctoral student researching the history of Chinese calligraphy, and I found that the materials you showed which showed how maps were actually used, like the photography you showed, very important. I'm very curious. What would be your best advice for quickly searching for and linking maps with their context of use? Also, does this approach give us any new ideas for how organizing the collections? Yeah.
I'm sorry. I think I have missed your question, or I didn't understand it due to the sound. Maybe can you write down your question or repeat it? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can write it down.
I think it was more or less about the organization of the collection. So how do you actually organize it, if I'm not mistaken? Yeah, and how, and also the context. Yeah. Yeah. So how were they used?
Yeah, now you can see it.
So I don't know. I try to answer the question. So in our institution, we have one department, which is the library, but also in the same department, there's archive for geography, with also different media collections of images. And also, okay, you have read it. Thank you very much. Okay, I see. Yeah, okay. Of course. So photographs are of classrooms, like I showed, are important sources to try to reconstruct the actual practice of using maps in classroom or at the university. The photos I found were in different archives. So in Germany, we have a portal for photographs. It's called Photothek. You can find it in the internet. And there you can search different topics, classroom or so. And there you find a lot of different images for wide range of topics. So I can write it down for you. The name of the platform, Deutsche Photothek.
Okay, I hope that answers the question in some way. And
yes, thank you.
Great. Okay, so thank you once again for this talk, and thanks to all the other speakers for this session. And we will end it here. We're a little bit over time, but we will go on. Yes. We will continue at 4 p.m.
Grazie. Okay, here we are again. We start with session number 2, entitled Collecting Wall Maps. We will going to continue the discussion about the topic of the first session. The first intervention is by Patrizia Pampana, director of the Geographical Society Library, and Margherita Zari, University of Florence, and Vice President of Geographical Society. Please.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank the organizers for their kind invitation and Professor Margherita Zari, Vice President of the Society, with whom I'm pleased to share this presentation, for her collaboration and support, also with Susanna Di Gioia and Alessandro Rissone in preparing this contribution. My role today is to introduce the tools and resources that help identify the collection of wall maps preserved at the Italian Geographical Society, and to illustrate how these maps have been used over time, as well as their relevance to the mission of the institution. From that, the title, Collecting Walls, Exploring Places, Insight from the Wall Maps of the Italian Geographical Society. The Society's collection includes over 300 wall maps, although this number is approximate, as there is no specific section dedicated exclusively to this type of material. In total, the map collection of the Italian Geographical Society holds more than 250,000 documents, many of which are still awaiting full cataloging. The maps are usually stored in drawers according to the geographical area they present. A wall map is typically a large format map designed to be displayed on a wall, depicting an area that may range from a single city to an entire continent or even the world. Some maps are thought originally created for other purpose. For example, Albino de Canepa's Carta da Navigare produced for navigation in the Mediterranean were later displayed on walls for exhibitions or permanent displays. Okay. Among the most remarkable works of the map collection are the 4 wall maps representing the continents. They are currently displayed in a small corridor on the ground floor of Palazzetto Mattei. Each map consists of 11 parts, 4 central sheets showing the geographic content, 4 vertical slide strips depicting various peoples, the lower one ending with the city view, 2 horizontal strips along the bottom, also featuring city views, and a long upper strip with the title and the author's name. These maps were created by William Janson Guglielmo Blau, a Flemish cartographer in Antwerp, 1644, and later printed in Bologna, 1673, by Pietro Todeschi. I would like to point out the mid-17th century wall planisphere located behind the projection screen in this room, an Italian wall planisphere that shows the 4 continents known at that time is behind the screen. Okay. Provenance and early donations. Through the register of incoming maps and atlases, it is possible to trace the earliest wall maps received by the Society, often as donations from publishers. One example is the historical wall map of Italy for secondary schools by Pietro Pinton, donated in December 1885. Publisher catalogs also provide valuable assistance for cataloging, offering detailed and reliable information. Okay. And wall maps also for education and science. Many articles. Oh, this is an example of a publisher's catalog in which we have the description and the illustration of the wall maps now conserved in our archive. Okay. Other examples. Okay. Many articles of the Bollettino della Società Geografica Italiana highlight the importance of wall maps in teaching and scientific dissemination. For example, the editorial team wants to describe a new commercial and political wall map of Asia by Paravia, expressing the hope that it would soon enrich the Society's small but growing collection of school wall maps and be made viable to educational institutions. Wall maps as instruments of cultural diplomacy. Beyond their educational use, wall maps have also served to communicate the Society's mission to both national and international audience. During the first Congress of Colonial Studies in Florence, April 8, 12, 1931, okay, sorry. Okay. A large wall map illustrating the Society's expedition and sponsored journeys was prominently displayed. This is the same map in this photograph. Okay. Okay. This was for symbolizing decades of scientific and cultural activity. Similarly, okay, a photograph preserved in the Italian Geographical Photographic Archive shows the lecture hall of the Collegio Romano, then the Society's headquarters, prepared for a 1892 conference by Luigi Robecchi Birchetti, who presented his mission in Somalia, supported by Italian government and the Italian Geographical Society. Behind him, a large map, photograph, and drawings. Drawings had a symbolic purpose. Over the decades, wall maps have featured in more numerous exhibitions, such in the exposition, International Sara Exposition in Paris, 1934, where the Society displayed the Albino De Canepa's Carta da Navigare, notable for its detailed depicting of the North Africa and the Sahara region. Also, the Oriental collection was displayed at the Geographical Congresses, as shown by the exhibition in Milan in 1927 of scrolls and paintings from the Giuseppe Ross collection, now preserved at the Italian Geographical Society. This wall is dedicated to the Oriental found, Chinese found. Exhibition and restoration. The Society has also preserved and restored several large maps, such as the route map of Giotto Dainelli's expedition in Karakorum, because many of these maps are mounted on canvas, folded or rolled. They often require careful conservation to prevent further deterioration. This is the Oriental font with scrolls and paintings that were hung up on walls in various occasions. Digitization and access. Digitization projects are now a key priority. Through digital acquisition and cataloging based on national and international standards, the Society aims to improve access to the cartographic heritage. Future plans include integrating this data into an open access geo-referred digital platform. Okay. Allowing researchers and institutions worldwide to explore, compare, and preserve cultural and geographic information on wall maps. This online application is displayed in outside the room, and it displays some high resolutions wall maps of the Italian Geographical Society. Ah.
Okay. Exhibition, but in some cases we have in the room near here. And this is the and as you have seen, we have a documentation, a precious documentation about the uses in the past of these maps for cultural diplomacy, for dissemination of our research. Patrizia show you the photographs taken during congresses, during exhibition. And this is relevant. We can reconstruct the maps in the environment, in the original environment. And this is relevant, is an important approach to study historical wall map, we think. And our archives allows this possibility that is rare in some cases.
Okay. In conclusion, the wall maps of the Italian Geographical Society are not only remarkable artifacts and cartographic history, but also were powerful tools for education, research, and cultural diplomacy. Their ongoing preservation and digitization ensure that these treasures continue to inspire new ways of understanding how maps shape our perception of the world. Okay. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your intervention. Several topics are highlighted by this intervention. Any comments, question, something to say? Dominic.
Is it okay? I have a question for you on the material side of things, because you showed us some digitized wall maps and some of them seem like they're just the single sheets put together, so they are not mounted, so it's just the sheets in the collection, if I saw correctly.
We have maps in more sheets, but we have take that in a one image. In other case, we have one map in one sheet, but more examples are in few sheets.
We use
also 6 or 8 sheets.
Yes. Some maps are so big. So
yes.
We have the tools we use, a planetarium, a scanner planetarium that is very useful in this case. But for maps, the biggest is impossible to use these tools, and we need to use the photographic technologies. So you can see these are the maps we have shown you last weeks, and this is the archive. This is the archive we use. We use to create a digital archive. We use
this is in a one sheet.
Yes.
On canvas, and okay, very big.
Okay, thank you. Other question, other comments, Chiara?
Just a very quick question. Are also the context pictures that you showed within the exhibition, are they accessible? Because they're very interesting.
Are on our archive, photographic archive, and I'm not sure if they're online, but there is in our there are in our yes, no, yes, yes. Are digitization, but not to yes. Everywhere, acquired for different purposes, and we use the photo, the list as identity. We use a platform that now acquire documents different. Using a single, and we use a specific card to classify. Actually, I see standard, and you the office. We can add other information. We have the cartography, but also the associated documents, the photographs, the description, the project for which the expedition, the photographs of the explorers, and so this is relevant. And we can search for maps and associated documents in this platform. And this is, we think that is the correct way, in our opinion, humble, to describe the historical wall maps. It's important to, obviously, it's not so easy to find the past uses of this map. We are lucky for this, but it's relevant.
Thank you and congratulations on having such a fabulous set of resources to do that. And I'm thrilled to hear you're associating them, images of use with the documents, because as a scholar, that is often the most challenging part, right, is to make those connections. But I wonder, you mentioned the photographs of the collection. Are there also representations within the Journal of the Society? of photographs that go with the lectures. So that those might also be, because again, those are sometimes hard to find and associate with the map use. That is, if there's a picture of somebody in a print document, as well as an individual photograph.
We have information about the wall map even in the bollettino della Società Geografica Italiana. The Italian Geographical Society was founded in 1867, the bollettino in 1878. So we have the history of the expedition, of the activity of the Italian Geographical Society from 1868. And we have some information there. Patrizia show you the relevance of these documents, especially in the news. We have information about this kind of documents. This is the difference is that we are a society.
Yes, the point is that if there are photographs in the articles, in the journal, that could also be associated with the record that you put online, that makes it very legible to people. And that's a beautiful thing to be able to do.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Other question? Other comments? Okay, thank you, Patrizia. Thank you, Margherita. We can move forward. Then I please to move to the desk. Rex Kammak. Grazie, Patrizia. Thank you. From University of Nebraska, Omaha, US. His intervention is entitled Challenges for Academic Department Wall Map Collections, Cataloging Digital Web Access. Perfect.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Rex Kammak from the University of Nebraska at Omaha. When I submitted my abstract, I didn't have a co-working crew. I now do have one. Colleen Riggins and Henry Zapay. They actually here in about 5 hours will actually be taking photographs of maps back in Nebraska. They're still probably asleep right now because they're college students. So these are just the topics I'm going to go over a little bit in my talk. I do come from a very different background. So I'll just say what my background is. I was a student at the University of Nebraska Omaha back in the 1980s. And so I should have seen a lot of these maps I'm going to talk about, but I didn't really see any of them because by that time, the faculty members really didn't go into the archive and pull the maps out and bring them to class anymore. And that's probably the biggest challenge for classroom maps is that the faculty don't know what's in their archive. They don't want to take the time to go get them. And they don't want to really take the time to hang them up. We have very little classroom space that's dedicated to just our department. So we share classroom space with other departments, and other departments don't like us to show up with really pretty maps on the wall because it makes them feel bad. And they'll complain about it. So that's part of why I'm working on this. Another part of my background is I am not really a historical cartographer at all. And I am, to be honest, the type of person who designs systems that makes historical wall maps kind of irrelevant. In my past history, I was the chair of the Maps in the Internet Commission of the ICA for 8 years. My specialization is basically mobile maps. And so now why I say that is because my colleague that's in my department who actually taught me cartography in that department, but now is still in the department, he actually thought paper maps were a waste of time. And so I've always argued with him about this fact that I think paper maps are worth a lot. And he's coming around to this situation because of some of the phenomena we're noticing now in geographic education, where students have very little spatial context of phenomenon because they learn the world through their phones. And so there's no replacement for seeing the world or your location or your space in a large format. There's lots of psychological research. In my past life, I was a cognitive psychology map cognition specialist, and we did a lot of studies on tiling maps versus showing large maps. And it was very evident that the two learning models are very different from one another, and the resulting mental understanding of maps are quite different from one another. So that's why I'm working on this, is that one, I inherited this, I'm chair of the department, so I'm kind of responsible for justifying the space that the maps take up. Because in most American universities, there's a huge crush on space. There's just not enough physical space on campus. This is actually my classroom. So I actually take my collection out. I make my students about the fourth week of the semester, my cartography class, go in the archive and pick out maps they want to put on the wall. And so this was this semester. This is the ones they picked and they put on the wall. So I have a decent amount of wall space to hang them up. But if you notice, the dreaded computer is sitting right in front of all of them, right next to all of them. And so at least it's not just a phone that's sitting there. So so I inherited this collection and I'm working with that. My belief is that we need to hang these maps up as much as possible. I have some other colleagues in my department that particularly go to the smaller wall maps that are more thematic oriented, and they go and dig through those, and they put up new ones every semester in their office and things like that. So and so the other part is that I hang them up, but this is in my classroom. It's one of the few dedicated classrooms in the building to geography. And so most of the other geography faculty members never come in it, so they never see what's in the collection. And so I'm trying to do this collection process awareness for the fellow faculty members in my department primarily. All right, so current state, University of Nebraska, the geography department, our collection started, University of Nebraska has been around for over 125 years, but the map collection really didn't start until post-World War II. And really the big thing that started our collection was the group of early faculty members in the department were just buying maps through catalog map sales reps. In the US at universities and at K through 12, map sellers came to the building and tried to sell the university or the school maps. And so this is how a lot of these maps got purchased. You're going to see a lot of these maps probably will look familiar because they're coming from the same map printing companies that you know. There's a lot of German ones. I believe I'm interested in toponymity. And so I'm interested in the words on the map. And so I worry more about the language than the country of origin of the map. So we have maps in, I believe, 9 languages in our collection. And for those you know well, are probably well aware, having more than English on anything in the United States is a bit of a challenge. But we do have that. Thankfully, from my colleagues that came before me, they picked Russian and Dutch and German. And I believe we have a couple in Japanese that are in our collection. So, but the collection really is a part of a larger collection. We used to be a USGS topological data map collection site. The USGS maps the entire United States at 7.5 minutes. And they have this tiled map system, the USGS quadrangles. We have a copy of every one of those quads in our department, about 200 and some thousand of them. We also have other scales. We have 15-minute quads and stuff like that. approximately about 350,000 single maps in our collection. They used to all be cataloged through our university library, and we used to have a cartography staff member in our department. And if anybody ever came and wanted to get maps out of the university library catalog collection, they came to our department. That person helped them. We no longer have a person in staff for that. 2006, the USGS discontinued its paper map collection archives across the country. Other things that we do have is we have aerial photos. We have aerial photos going back to the 1920s of our area. We actually have the only set of aerial photos of our area for 2 decades. We have multiple collections of that. Everybody else has lost theirs. We still have ours. So every once in a while, somebody wants to come and see those, and I have to go figure out where they are. So, but the wall map collection is really the part that I'm interested in. And really the reason why I'm interested in is the usage rate is there's basically maybe 3 faculty members who ever are interested in knowing which maps are in there. When I first got back to UNO in 2006, there was discussion about selling off the collection as a fundraiser for a student organization. We never were able to figure out how we could do that legally because it's state property. And so luckily we managed to keep the maps. And so now I won't let them sell them. So usage rate is quite low. So some of our challenges: storing, cataloging, restoration, which is a dream, and then access. I'm focused primarily on basically dealing with 1, because that's a space issue, and 4, access. And so what I've been working on is trying to get us to an access point where faculty members can actually get access to things. So basically it's a multi-phase project. It's all unfunded. I basically have to kind of coerce students into helping me do it and do this stuff. So this is one of the maps that's in the collection on here, cultural regional migrations. I believe that map is 3.5 feet, so about 120 centimeters across, if I remember right. So we're photographing them. We're not photographing them to make an official archive that would be what you would consider a library quality archive. This is an archive for our faculty members to be able to go through this as fast as possible to find maps that they might want to use. So here's our setup. So on the top photo, that's the pre-stage. We're photographing the smaller maps first in our collection. We have about 400 total in our collection, give or take. I keep finding them, so you never know exactly how many you have. And then you get some that are so deteriorated that like photographing them puts them at pretty good risk. So I sometimes don't put them in there. So we hang them like this. So the first map there is what's called a Crams County map. It's a North American one on the top photo. We just use a regular digital SLR camera. We hang them. We don't lay them flat on the floor. We hang them because by hanging them, the wooden bars actually put more tension on them, get them flatter. And interestingly enough, we do this in our old cartographic darkroom, which I had to use as a student. I actually had to do photomechanical cartography work, which I was terrible at. I would never have been a cartographer if the computer hadn't existed. But that's how we deal with them. We don't use any super fancy software to stitch them together. We use Adobe Photoshop to stick them together. Photoshop figures it all out, removes all the duplicate areas, doesn't have very much distortion to it. And for the use we're using them for, the distortion amount that's in there isn't worth worrying about, particularly when you have no budget and you can't solve it with a budgetary line item. So we crop the images. We do crop out the images at the end. And then we basically match our physical storage to our digital storage through a coding system that is unique to our department. And you'll see why in a second. Yeah, you'll see why in a second. So this is basically the digital workflow. Basically, we take the photographs, we download them into Photoshop. We let Photoshop stick them together. And that's the way we hang them right there. If the map won't stay flat, then we will we'll create a way to keep the map from twisting when it's hanging. But most of the time, we're pretty lucky. There's not a lot of airflow there right there. So these are some of the results of these that we have. Again, these will be names of cartography companies that you know well or have seen before. So those are those results there. All right. And then we do, I mean, again, the maps won't hang exactly straight. And the reason for that is that some of them have a metal hook on the end of them because we actually hang our maps vertically in a rack from the ceiling. And so that metal hook actually dips them just slightly. So if you see the one on the left, the European population map, it's dipped. All three of those are dipped just a little bit, and that's because of the metal hook on it. When they lay against the wall, you normally could get them to lay and hang straight, but they're crooked on there because of that. So I actually love my two atmospheric modeling maps from 6 months apart. When students first see it, they think it's the same one. And then you explain to them what's the big red dot that's over there in Asia, and they go, oh, they're different. So these are just some more examples of the smaller ones we've got. And this is this CRAMS Superior State of Nebraska map. This is a map series. I believe CRAMS is an American company, but I'm not sure. We have a whole bunch of these in our collection for the states around us. And it has lots of information. I don't think CRAMS is one of the ones that was a cell advertising company, I think, or maybe they did. I don't really know. So this is Nebraska, the state I'm from. I was born and raised in the state also, which is kind of unusual for American academics, particularly in the Great Plains. And if you saw the maps early this morning at the keynote, rarely did the maps have Nebraska on there because Nebraska wasn't a state yet in that time period. And so we have a very different perspective of our collections. So I love these maps because I think they're beautiful. And that's why I really do that. I'm interested in this, is that they're beautiful, but they also teach a context to geography. So actually in my cartography class, I actually make students make a wall map. They actually have to do a wall map as their final project. And we talk about how you actually design maps. I also come about this from a very different perspective because I'm a cartographic. I teach people how to make maps and not try to grab historical context out of them as much. And so some of the ways that you explain the map is different than the way a person who teaches how to make a map does it, which is really interesting and really enlightening to me. It gives me a new context of how to talk to students about cartography. But they're really good maps. And we have them from, quite a bit across the country and across the world in our collection. But they are all dated in some degree. But that's what makes maps worthwhile holding on to. Right. So here are some of the future plans that I have here as I kind of wrap up. The larger maps, we're going to collect those by drone. So we actually did this 10 days ago. I laid out 105 maps on the floor of our basketball arena on our campus, and the aviation department showed up and they flew drones over and took photographs of them all. And here in a minute, I'm going to play the video of them flying over. It was for cartographer, it's like a dream. You get to see all these beautiful maps all laid out, and it's just an amazing process. So I'll turn that on here a second. The biggest thing that we're running into is cataloging. We're basic cartography and students. We don't know how to catalog stuff. The part 4 will be the portal, and we're actually going to take approach. We're going to actually multi-scale tile these maps, which means that we're going to take the original images and then we're going to have zoom in high resolution images to speed up access to them. So it'll be very similar to how you basically, when you zoom in and out on your favorite mapping app, they all use this multi-scale panable technology. We'll be doing that. So, and I think I can get this to work maybe. So here, I got to click on it one more time. There it goes. So these are them laid out on the basketball floor. We did have a little bit of problem with the drone downdrafting on it. This is just one row of it. And this took us less than 2 hours to do total. But I mean, I actually had to rent a truck to haul them down to the basketball arena. So I couldn't take a risk of them getting wet in the rain. And so you can see the ones that don't have the wood rods on them. They're really susceptible to the drone downdraft. But this is a 4K camera on the drone, and so the resolution is super high compared to what you see here on this screen. But again, the larger wall maps tend to be more what we call in the U.S. a general reference map and less thematic. And so though you do get some that are interesting thematically, and that's the end. We went to one end of the basketball floor to the other there, and that's actually the UNO was on the side and the Mavs were on the end. That's our mascot for our university. So, and so that's what we're doing at UNO in this project. I really appreciate everybody for inviting me to come here. It's not really an area that I'm expert in, but it's a project that if you're looking for a low cost way to do this, if you have an aviation department with a drone person, they can collect photos in a hurry. They can do it at speed. They couldn't get their 8K camera up in the air because that drone wouldn't fly for some reason. I think it was having communication problems because of the other drone. But it was a really great cross project between our athletic department, our aviation school, and us all at the same time. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Rex, for your intervention. About drone photos, we tried also with a small commercial drone by DJI, but our drone have not a so high resolution camera. That's a point. The lights in the room were not so good, and we don't have the basketball gym. But I think it could be one solution that could be funny, but it's real useful, as you showed us, to photograph some large map. Thank you, thank you. Discussion, comments, question, doubts? Any doubt? No one? One there, and moving there, I ask you if, I didn't catch, if the digitized images, if you have a web collection.
We don't have that yet. Okay. We're trying to get most of them collected first, and then we'll do that. So,
thank you for your great talk. I have a question concerning you were telling a bit about different learning models. So learning, so to say, the world via these large maps, wall maps, and via mobile maps. Can you explain just a little bit more about it? Because as I said also in my talk, I'm really interested and I don't know much about it, how pupils and students today learn with digital tools.
So that's a really great question. So this also stems back to the ICA conference I went to in Vancouver this fall, because that was actually the place I saw the largest map I've ever been able to interact with. It was about, I'm going to guess, it was about 25 meters by 20 meters in size. And it's printed, it was laid on the floor, and then you walked around and they had a VR system where you could look at the map and then use your phone and it would identify and pop up more information on the map, but it was meant to be walked on. For those of you who wonder how you make a map that big, you go to a billboard company and they print it for you, because billboards are basically seamed together pieces of plastic. So, but going back to learning models. So spatial cognition is kind of where I started as an academic. And so what happens is that when you ask people to learn spatial information in little tiles. And even if there's an organized way you can move back and forth to one, they have a really hard time relating information from one tile to the next. That's clearly evident because then give them the same information all on one map, and they can get the spatial relationships pretty straight, like what's to the northwest and what's to the southeast. And so when students today are learning, this is an American student, so I'll qualify that. American student goes to class and they have to do a place name test for like a 5th grade class. They literally get on their phone and try to study it for 2 minutes before class and then see if they can pass it. So, and so what happens is if you have the place names really spread out over a large area that don't come up on the screen at the same time, they can't associate them. They don't know where they are because they have to go and zoom in to find the one, and then they have no relationship to where the other one is. So in the US, it really helps if you know where the Missouri River is because it demarcates a lot of the country for you. And students never know where the Missouri River is because they can't see it all at once, right? And so that's the easy answer to that. If you want a more detailed answer, there's probably about 50 years worth of cognitive psychology research that sometimes alludes to this, or sometimes you'll call it behavioral cognition or environmental cognition. You'll run into those terms also, but the problem is the terms aren't consistent. And so it's really hard. You'll have a group that, I did this with my dissertation. There'd be a group of academics at one school that would call it something, and then you would go, oh, I'm in the library, and this back in the day when you went in the stacks and tried to find stuff. And then all of a sudden you would come across a paper that's exactly the same concept with all different terminology. And it was because these researchers were at another university and they was using a different term. And that's just inside the United States. Then you get the multicultural aspects and it becomes very difficult to track all that. Today it's much easier to do, but that's where that all kind of comes from. So.
Okay, thank you.
This was one. I'm curious. The most of the maps you're working with are 20th century maps. The rods on those are generally the same type of rod. They're wooden dowels. Have you considered the ones that are missing the rods, replacing those with new dowels?
I would love to do that if I actually had a budget to do that with. So I'm at an American university right now, and budgets are unbelievably tight, particularly if you're in a geography department. They're extremely tight. Geography is not faring very well in American universities for some reason. We haven't quite figured out why. I have my speculations. If you want to ask me that after, I can tell you what I think they are. So as chair of department, those numbers are important to me. And it's also important to have a holistic society, to have people that understand a little bit about geography. So, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I just have a curiosity about the fact that you said that you make your students make their own wall maps.
Yep.
But what do they do with that? They print them and then you hang them actually, or you use them for some projects?
I should have a photograph of this. So it drives my students crazy because they go on the hallway in the outside of our classroom. I have a 30-meter hallway. And so students go out and they have to post their maps in the hallway, and they stay there until some student in a future class determines their map is better than theirs.
Okay.
And that's how they come down. And so it's a competition. And so some students will come back and it'll be like 3 years later and their map's still on the wall. And they're super proud that nobody's thought, because that's the rule. They go outside, you have to take the worst map in the wall off that's not from this semester and replace it. And every once in a while, I'll have a student that just really gets into it, makes a beautiful wall map, and it will stay there for semesters. Now, we kind of got reset COVID. Right after COVID kind of ended, our building got renovated, so we had to take everything off the walls, and so I didn't put maps back up. So we kind of got reset. So, but yeah, I had one student who was up there for 6 years.
Thanks.
So.
Ah, nice. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a wonderful presentation. Thank you. And I was wondering, how do you get to know which professor decided to buy which map?
So that would be a brilliant piece of information to have. We have none of that. My guess is most likely it was whoever was in the office when the salesperson showed up.
Yeah.
And basically went down to the department chair and said, hey, can I spend $400 on maps? And they said, yep, that was the budget for this year. And they were the ones that picked them. My guess is that most of them were bought by 3 different faculty members, but we have no evidence and we'll never have them because they've all passed away since. So I should point out one of the things that's important to understand is by 1985, none of those faculty members in the department were unrolling those maps. So when I unrolled some of these large maps 10 days ago, that's a good chance that was the first time that map had been unrolled in 50 years. So, and the hanging rack, which I thought I had a picture of in there, is really terrible for the maps because you roll the maps up and then you use a cloth to tie them. And it's the cloth puts all the pressure on the map, it damages them. So I'm hoping to come up with a better way to store them at some point. But right now, that's the best I can do with the space I have. So,
yeah. Thank you. We are facing the same problem.
Yes, this is an issue that in several university or laboratory we can meet. Other question? We go. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Rex.
Thank you.
It's your turn. We're moving in Lyon, France, with the intervention of Enali De Biaggi, Claire Chiunti, and Christine Jacqueminet. My French is awful. My English a little better. Their intervention is about the diversity of world map collections from the various universities in Lyon-Saint-Étienne area, a legacy at stake. Please.
Well, thank you again for having us. And I'm so happy it all started in Lyon, of course. It's a wonderful thing to know. And for us as well, we were trying to make an exhibition on pedagogical stuff in Lyon while the conference was taking place. And that's how we ended up working together, and that's also how it started. And people would be so attached and looking, oh, well, look at those wall maps. And so that's the start of it all for us as well. So we come from 3 different universities in the same area, but we discovered soon enough that we had to work together. First of all, because our collections were deeply related, as you will see. They were in the same awful state as well, so we decided let's join forces to try to do something about it. But we are 3 scholars with no financial supports whatsoever, so we are in the same way doing what we can in our very small free time and with the help of some colleagues sometimes and with some students, but also from the family when they say, well, we are tired of this talk about wall maps, so let's help you and everything. So that's the situation. So you see, we are not very far with web access. We are really in the beginning of the process. And I hope you understand when you see the situation that is already shown here, well, and that will become easier to understand afterwards. So it's a work in progress, and we will try to cover the following topics today, but I don't know how much time we have, so maybe we go over, and afterwards, if you want to know more, we'll try to do it. So Let's start with the first one, but you can already have an idea of the conditions in which we have. Zut, no, c'est pas ça. Here, the light is here. Maybe no. The red button is here. Yeah, I found it. Thank you. So this is the best situation we can have. So this is in Lyon too. They have a big room where they have all the maps. Most of the maps are like this, but some of them lay down and some of them are like this as well. The same university. Here's the situation in Saint-Étienne, where they are in the middle of a class, and we're still lucky they haven't disappeared up to now because the class is open. And this is the final state that we got in Lyon 3. Well, you understand in France we have different numbers of universities, and this they were going to throw away. And we decided, don't do it. We'll keep them for the moment. So, not very easy, but at least what we are trying to do is telling people that while we are doing that, we are also covering a little bit of the history of the university as well, because the university started in Lyon, as you see. For us, the first geography teachers were in 1877, so that's how we try to figure out why we have the material we found in the drawers or in the cupboards or whatever it was. And it was one unique university from the end of the 19th century until May 68. As you know, it was quite a special moment in France, and afterwards they were divided first in two universities in Lyon, one with the sciences, well, physics, medicine and everything, and the other with humanities. But also the humanities department split after 1 year with a little bit like right wing, left wing, but it's not that clear. And that's why we got Lyon 2 and Lyon 3. But that was in 1973, so it's a long time ago. People who are there now, they have not made this part of the story, so when we work together with no problems. And what we also understood is that how part of the group who was working in Lyon at the moment went to Saint-Étienne as well. So, and there they started a new university. You see the date here, 1969. And with Christine, we found out that there was also the same idea of building a wall map collection. We were trying to understand how they were related together. So this is a kind of special photograph, a special case in a regional university away from Paris, but as you see, Lyon is with Marseille the second big city in the country. So, how many wall maps we found up to now? Lyon 2 has the biggest collection, and they were very lucky to have a student who was interested mainly in GIS, but found it also interesting to cope with wall maps. And he arrived at most of the French collections, but not the international wall maps. And you see, because it was just something that we discovered later. You have here the picture of what was called the cat's room. So because when we started working with the French collections that were nicely hung up, some people came up saying, "Oh, but have you seen those wall maps that are rolled in that cat's room?" And I said, "No, no way." Well, I was happy to know, because I said, well, if it's the cat's room, there will be no rats. But the cat's room is because there was they had found a dead cat inside. And so what was good about this is that this is the state the maps were in the cat's room and in June. And here in September, we had already got them all out, and we're trying to cope with it. So this is the best situation we have. In Lyon 3, we already had the department archives coming and saying they were interested in our wall maps, especially the foreign ones, and they took big part of it. But then they started indexing, cataloging them, and but then we got proposed, because people know that we like wall maps, we were proposed with another collection, and now we had 7 more boxes. I'll show you afterwards what it is. So it never stops coming. In Saint-Étienne, it's the same. We found the normal collection, and then we never stop getting and finding more behind the drawers or in some other places. So we decided that, according to what had been done by the department archives, which had already used some indexation, we would want some more things, because we are scholars and there are some other themes that are interesting for us. We wanted to have an image, effectively, of the map, but no good quality image, just what we can do with DocScan, and we're waiting for the better time to come. Really wanted to know about collections and who are the authors behind those map productions. So most of them, they have numbers, so it helps find out if we have the whole collection or if we just have a part of it in our archives. And we also were very interested about all the other information that was supposed to be on the map. For example, if you have the teacher that would be drawing things on it with a crayon or something like this, for us meant that it was used and how it was used, and how pedagogy evolved during the years. And well, cartoon or insert presence for us was also very interesting, as we will show. And talking about how regional geography evolved during the year. We never got to geo-referencing the maps up to now. But we can say that all collections have been intensely used. They are in not a very beautiful state, as you will see by our photographs, but I think this is important. If you have all those tapes and everything, it shows that they were important at one moment, at least. Even though some of the maps we got, those in the box that you see, they were given to us because in 20 years nobody has claimed them. So that's how the librarians are getting away with it, but we try to keep them. So it's a mix of maps, and as we are founding, for example, the cat's room in Lyon 2, where was where all the foreign maps were, because as you will see, French maps tend to be in cardboard printers, and international maps, other maps are rolled. So they are not kept in the same place. That makes it difficult to put all the collection together because they are not stored the same way. And we have found out that most of the foreign wall maps were shared between Lyon 2 and Lyon 3 because we have some part and they have the other part. And we have found out that our collection goes effectively over more than 100 years of French wall map production, which is why we will try to show them more. We thought there would be lots of people showing other collections, international collections, so we'll focus on this collection. Just for some idea, up to now, we have been especially working on geographical maps, as we call them, and not historical maps, but there are lots of them as well in each collection. We have different maps in 10 different languages, so, but most of them are German, for example. If we have 50 maps, 40 will be in German. So that's the same thing that we were seeing further before. German was a big producer of maps. And even though the French collections, they start at the end of the 19th century, when French lost the 1870 war against Prussia, and they were deciding that they had to have their own maps. What we see is at the university, they still kept buying those maps that they thought were interesting. So at university teaching, they still had lots of international maps. So the question you see, you can have a look, but I'll go for the French wall maps because I think these are, you have seen some of them before in the collections that were shown today, but the tricky side of it is that they are normally kept in those boxes, wooden boxes, which are quite heavy and they don't resist so much in time, I can say. They kept falling apart and have to be tied up. Normally they were given with a special system to hang them up as well. And they were also given with those booklets trying to tell people how to use the wall maps. But we have found almost none of them. No system to hang them up, and especially no booklets whatsoever. So this one is from the BNF, the National Library in France. They mostly have the same size, even though we have found that slight differences in size can help us to have a better date to the maps that don't show any date on them. So sometimes it's like 1 centimeter less, 1 centimeter more, but we are still trying to see how we can do it. And they are double-sided. So we don't have just one side, you have to make the catalogs on 2 sides. So when we are talking about at least 500 French maps, you have to do the double of the job to catalog both sides all the time. These are the collections we found so far. So it gives an idea of the main publishing houses that were related to wall maps. And you'll see them as we show you afterwards. Some of them have been, of course, bought by others. It's the case of the last one, MDI, which was bought by Nathan, another publishing house later. But these are the wall maps we have. And most of them, they have in the name of the collection, the name of an important professor. For example, the most well-known is Vidal-Lablache, which sometimes it's called Vidal de Lablache, but he wanted to go on with the movement of public school that was at the time, and he just ended up taking the out of his name so it would be more popular and more public. So Vidal-Lablache, Kelplin, Jean Brune, Pierre de Fontaine. What is interesting for us, and you can notice already here in some of the maps, they tend to have some features in common, and as they like to say the status of the author, this is one of the ideas we have to date the maps, because we know we can find where Paul Vidal de la Blache was lecturing at the time, and what was his status, and then try to say, oh, so this map is from that moment. But we'll come back to that later. So 2 sides, in the beginning, mostly physical geography in one side, and a silent map on the other side, which means that was the way the people were teaching. They had to find out, for example, which is this river, which is this mountain, and afterwards on the other side we'll have the answers. So that was the way they were being used. It goes mostly on until the 1930s like that, and afterwards we start seeing on the other side of the map economic subjects. So that's a change. Now but we still found some silent maps in 1960s. So maybe this is a tradition that was kept, even though sometimes, you know, like you can see that they were using the same copper prints or zinc prints sometimes. Here they are saying that the wall map is parlante and muette, so speaking and silent, but it's not silent anymore. It's already printed with lots of things. So you can see the collection of Paul Vidal de la Blache. He died in 1918, but the collection was being published until 1966. So it was a very long-term procedure, let's say it like that. No? So sometimes we ask ourselves, okay, 2 sides can also be used. You have one wall map and you get 2 in place of 1, and sometimes things are related. For example, we would have in one side the Parisian area, and the other side you just have Paris inside. But sometimes we don't understand. It's the same number of the collection, like this one is 252, and one side you have economical Brazil, and the other side you have physical Canada. So, I don't know. We are still trying to see these 2 side stories and try to understand how they were made and what they tell us about the geography that was being taught at the time.
Now we are going to see some wall maps of our inventory. In the first step, we will see the whole world on these maps. We are very proud to show you a planisphere of André Gibert. André Gibert is a professor of the University of Lyon. So, okay. And on the other side, on the right side, you can see recent wall maps of the end of the 20th century, yes. Okay. On this slide, we can see always the same territory, Africa, with different mapping. From the left to the right, we can see the oldest to the recent. Yes, maybe, yes, we can see at the beginning. Il n'y a pas de souris. Okay. Sorry. On the first one, on the left, we can see Africa at the moment of the colonization, and on the back, ici, we can see after the colonization. Sorry, and in the middle, we can see all the new countries after colonization. This series of world maps seems to be interesting because of the geographical division. It is Balkan countries, and it's always the same geographical division. Sorry, but we can see some change, some little change. For example, Constantinople becomes Istanbul, or some towns are on the first plan as Budapest or Bucharest, and Belgrade and Sofia disappeared at the end. We were also interested by a series of maps, especially about the inserts. In fact, inserts are very small on the map, and we propose to you a big zoom on this little insert. All these inserts are showing colonies, and this series of maps talk about the importance of colonies, the resources of colonies in different countries. And we can now see in France also there was many colonies in Africa. You can see that on these maps. We can see also some information as camel or dromedary, and ivory elephant too. And you can see the road of ivory elephant on the right map. And after the colonization, you can see the former French colonies and territory overseas of France. Okay. Something is interesting here. You can see the title of the map on the left side, Afrique noire d'expression française. Okay, so it's Africa speaking French. The colonization is growing progressively. Decolonization, sorry.
Yeah, we also try to see, for example, if there was difference between how they would treat France according to other parts of the world. So, for example, in this collection of Vidal-Lablache, it would be some regions that are still in use in some books today. So that shows us that what was done there at that moment really took root in the country. So here we have those regions. Other collections would start saying, well, our collection, this is Paul Keplin, starts with the regions in France, and afterwards we go to see other things. So they were different, I think, strategies and different regions. And if we see the regions today, they really inherit a lot of what was done and how the division of France was seen at that moment already. Yeah. Some regions stay the same, whatever the collection. So the same region, for example, the south of France and Corsica, of course, here inside, also trying to bring it near France than it really is. And we end up with some of those maps that we have also seen, county maps in the United States. We also have the administrative maps in France. This time, they start to come a little bit later in the collections, like after the Second World War, and they were based on local teachers as well, like Michel Laferrère, which was a teacher in Lyon. I go on. So also other evolution that we saw is new themes, new sources coming to be used. That's not only the professor who is showing what he knows, and but he's also trying to get data from the Ministry of Transportation of the Agricultural Minister and everything. So we see that maps progressively go over new sources and new themes as well. And as we see that some university professors, they kind of lose a little bit of interest of doing this kind of work, and we'll leave it to other authors.
Yes. On this slide, you can see, for example, Max Dero. Max Dero was a university professor, and he wrote many books to teach physical geography for students or teachers. Roger Bonneau is also an interesting geographer because he introduced in France quantitative geography. And we can see that he was interesting in the 60s to do some wall maps. Okay. On this slide, we can see the progression among the authors. In the second half of the 20th century, the authors are less prestigious, but more close to the territory that they mapped. And we can see on this slide the school teacher, or on the left side, administration workers, for example. And at the end, we decided to focus on one man. This man is not known, but his name is all the maps, on numerous maps, sorry, on the second half of the 20th century. His name Jean Encombre, okay, and we can see here and he created publishing house of wall map in 1952. So on the first, at the beginning of the publishing house, his name didn't appear, voilà. And in 1964, we can see his name here. And after his name, okay. Now it's the first author of the map, and his name is in a black. Okay.
So we do have maps in different states of conservation, but from different dates, more than 100 years of wall maps, which lead us to think that this would be a very interesting thing to see how wall maps change during time. We don't have any space to store them, but we think that getting some ideas of what is happening here today and bringing them back would help people say that this is also geography and this is also research that should be fostered. We still think that whatever conclusions we have, we can do it because we are doing it together. It's not apart inventories wouldn't give us the same insight. And we hope that we will find better conditions because you are still working, as you see, rolling maps on the ground or using some. Every time we unroll the map, we lose a little bit of it as well. So it's a little bit of a pity that it's like that. But we still have some new ideas. For example, lots of our maps do have stamps on them. And the publishing houses, definitely, we want to see if we can get better ideas on where they were and how they were, especially in the first half of the 20th century, where no dates were marked on the maps. Maybe that will be the best way to find out. No? And here's some example with Saint-Étienne, which is really the place where we have lots of different stamps. No? Yeah. Okay.
I have time or?
No, I don't think so.
No.
No.
Lessons.
No.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Sorry for interrupting you, but we all. We use some time about to talking about more during discussion. Some issues, some fil rouge, people involved. It's quite important who is involved, who was involved on buying, conservation, studying, and so on. The kind of the typology of conservation, it's very, very important, as we saw. The stamp I think is something very, very important to recognize corpora or something else, or the mobility of the maps. And then the series, the historical series, or the time series of the maps, for example, to study the changes of the territory, or the toponymy, the place name. Was interesting in Africa maps. The Sudan migrates around a wide part of the Africa. So thank you for your intervention. Comments, debate, doubt, question? Okay, please.
So we heard in the presentation beforehand that a colleague in the US has drafted students to help in the project of both cataloging and working on this. Have you considered, or are you already working with the students? Because this is a lot of material.
Yeah, we try. For example, the internship was like when we were thinking of coming here, said we have to have some students helping us. And for example, I got when I was trying to carry all my maps from one place to the other, I left them fall on my foot. So after that, I still go and ask some PhD students, and they are always asking, oh, when do you want me to come and get other wall maps? Lots of people are helping. For example, the guy on the photo from the cat's room, it's another colleague, and whenever they see them, they are delighted to see the maps and they are interested in it, but no financial reward afterwards. So that makes it difficult, for example, with students. If they find another internship where they can get some money, of course they will do that in place of coming to help us. But some of them are just they like to see if they come and ask us, is there anything we can do to help? Okay, there's lots of work to do. We'll see, but we tried to propose a project in our research group, but it was thought too pedagogical and not really research. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for this great presentation. I just have a question. Have you ever had a look at some kind of seller catalogs of these French maps? Do they exist? Because I mean, I also had one of these French maps in my hands earlier. I mean, it's just cardboard, and then the maps are applied to the cardboard. So maybe it's even possible that you could just order any combination you want. So that's why it's such a weird thing. Or maybe it's some kind of series and they are just back and forth, and then maybe they're not corresponding on the same cardboard, but then they might continue correctly on the next one.
Some of the series are better studied than others. For example, Vidal de la Blache is definitely well studied, and we know that when he launched his historical and geographical atlas series of wall maps, there was even considerations about if the wall maps should go to primary schools in the countryside. There would be only 4 maps. If it was for urban areas, there would be 8 maps. And we have also this information on how the atlas evolved on time from 10 maps and then afterwards. So the numbers are interesting to see because they show that the collection was growing. For example, we start with France, and I think it's, let me see if I can come back to, what you see here is the last, here. What you see here is the complete collection, but it didn't start up as 62 maps or 64 maps, sorry. It was built up progressively. But that's why it's also interesting to see the other collection. They started number 1, 2, 3 with the regional maps. So it was built otherwise. And I think we do have, for the people with from the National Library that we talked to up to now, they also have this problem of cataloging what they have there. So sometimes we are working with their catalog to see if we find the same map. But as you saw, the map changes according to the edition. So it can be tricky to date them.
Okay, thank you. Any question? So, thank you for your intervention, your suggestion. I think we are building some points to debate about. Now, it's the turn of Monica De Filippo on the desk and Epifania Grippo from Museum of Geography, Sapienza University of Rome. Their intervention is about the wall maps in Geography Museum of Sapienza University, an overview of the first collection from their rediscovery to their enhancement.
Thank you. So I'm going to introduce the Geography Museum of Sapienza University of Rome. Which houses an important geographical heritage consisting of maps, globes, models, instruments, photographic glass plates, volumes, and manuscripts. Among the more than 10,000 maps preserved, 230 are wall maps. These maps have been stored inadequately for decades, causing them to deteriorate and become damaged.